not let them burn down, but you can build new bridges. And I think that having a pipeline like I had in 2019, 2020, that pulled me to the left because I heard reasonable people talk. This doesn't exist anymore. I don't think that there's a way for people in the ecosystem of people like Andrew Wilson will have any way to get to our side, because
Sure.
everyone Wilson invites is way too far away from any position they would possibly hold in that moment where they still listened to Wilson, right?
Oh,
So
sorry, can you
Yeah.
hear me? Um,
yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
cool. Yeah, I'm glad we could meet. Sorry, Test, you were on last night at the end of the debate, or am I mixing you up with somebody?
Uh, sorry, you.
Towards the end of
Uh,
the debate last night, there was a debate last night, right, with
yeah,
Destiny events against these MAGA people, and at the end of the debate, a German guy came on.
yeah, that was me.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
was
Okay,
just
okay.
Oh, it was you.
It was
Oh.
super late, so I thought maybe I mistaken your voice, and yeah, because I also live in Germany,
Yeah.
right? So it was interesting what you had
Oh,
to
a couple
say.
Germans here.
Well, hey, I'm not German. I just
yeah,
live in
Um.
but I'm a
Germany.
dual
Oh yeah,
citizen.
yeah. Living in.
Sorry for interrupting.
Well,
No, you're good. I was gonna say I had a thing with reason, so maybe we'll keep this going for just a couple minutes more.
No, I think this is
yeah, sure.
because actually I was going to springboard off what Tess was talking about yesterday, because it's really interesting about political strategy, right, and reflecting on whether prosecution of populists
Yep.
after they've been in power, whether it's an effective deterrence. And I think the answer really is it depends. I mean, if you look in Germany, I mean, my grandfather was from Austria, right, as a refugee, and funnily enough, I mean, this is quite an interesting anecdote, but his best friend at university, and they studied law together. He actually joined the Nazis while my grandfather had to flee. I mean, can you imagine that you're one of your best friends going really against you politically? And the thing is, after the war, they kind of, they rekindled some level of friendship. There was a lot of forgiveness. So I actually knew he died, the best friend of my grandfather. My grandfather had also died. But as a child, I'd go to Austria, and I would sometimes visit this elderly lady who was the wife of this former Nazi. And she was so warm in the way she welcomed me into her home, the typical Austrian thing of offering cake and coffee. And, she was saying lots of loving things about my grandfather, Walter. And at the same time, on the wall, there was a picture of her husband, her deceased husband, in full SS uniform. And apparently, she
Jeez.
never let go of her Nazi
Christ.
thoughts and Nazi beliefs. But it's very, very typical. And we're seeing this now with MAGA and with the populists in the UK and at the AFD in Germany. They will have friends that completely contradict their ideology. And they always have this notion of the exceptional one of saying, oh, but not them, not those Muslims, not those whatever people they don't like at that moment in the day. And they have this incredible dissonance that they carry around with them, and they still do it even if they're defeated. And I think putting Trump and these lot on trial will not help necessarily the current generation of those who have been drawn in by extremism, but I think it does help with the next generation, and I think that's the lesson learned from Germany.
Yeah, sort of on
I
that real quick. Going that kind of ties to what Tess was saying, which is like, you know, can you build bridges with these other communities um like like with the Vanguard or whatever. Not to rehash that whole saga of like the communism definition, whatever thing. If you were there, then you followed that kind of conversation. But I think you kind of brought up Andrew Wilson as well. And I think the issue with sort of the bridge building with right wingers and further left people, it kind of goes similarly, which is like it's kind of multifaceted. Like with right wingers, the issue there is that so many right wingers will refuse to have conversations unless you are being super nice to them. Same goes for like far leftists like you. Well, but on kind of the opposite end, like it's difficult to have conversations with far leftists where you're being so nice because then people will have issue with it because people have, and on the same thing, when you're doing with right wingers, but you have to be nice to them, you're normalizing the ideology that, is very harmful, whatever. It kind of goes to what Reason Riff is saying, like, can you be friends with a Nazi who kept their beliefs forever? And, maybe they'll be nice and they'll say, oh, you're the good one, whatever. But still makes it very difficult to have those conversations in a way that will, um, especially like, and I think it's easier in like an interpersonal to be friends with a person who's MAGA or Republican, but in a public space and when you're like doing, quote unquote activism or like, media stuff, um, it's a lot more difficult because you have a responsibility to your audience and to not normalize bad ideology. So it's a difficult balancing act, and I think,
Yes,
um,
and
Don't you think that?
so I was going to ask what you
Don't you
thought.
think that it's
What you thought of Wick last night, because people were complaining about Wick being too considerate towards the MAGA lot, right?
how do I feel about it?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fine for Wick to do it because Wick runs a debate panel. He has to be nice to them so that they keep coming on. But Wick like let Destiny go off and Swipo will go off on good logic. So it's like I think he has to be nice so that so that somebody else can play the bad cop.
Mm-hmm.
And I respect Wick for that.
Okay. And Test, how did
maybe he's a little sway.
And that question was also for Test as well.
Okay.
I think that it's difficult because you can't, like, every single lie they tell has to be explained to the audience, and this explanation takes way longer. So there are two ways to approach this, and I think we struggled between both of those ways. The first way is to interrupt and say, sorry, this is provenly untrue, but this would be the job of the moderator, so Wic's job. The second way this could happen is say nothing and keep the opposing side, in this case Destiny, shut, and then give him more time to battle these lies. Because the worst thing, which in my mind happened, was that it wasn't clear that some lies were argued against because everyone was just shouting, and it wasn't clear which exact lie was told in which context, and the interpretation of whomever was not taken seriously because everyone was just shouting, and this is not a productive way of talking. Like, I had debate classes when I was at school. I had to take part in some tournament called Musketeers of Words, and
Sounds cool.
there we learned about how to hold a debate in Oxford style, which is way more structured. You give time to address your points. Then the opposing side gets time to address their points, and then you cross-examine. And all of that happens with strict rules. Like, for example, you have to address the moderator when you have to point out that someone is lying, or that you request sources and stuff like that. And nothing like that happened. So this is, I think, a tough spot where the moderator tries to be a moderator but doesn't know how exactly to do it. Or he wants to create an environment in which the audience still wants to listen to that, because an Oxford debate is actually pretty boring if you have to listen to every side for like 2 minutes without any fight.
Yeah, it's more like a bare knuckle fight compared to a bare knuckle fight compared to a proper boxing match in a ring, where there's it's a little bit more sophisticated, at least. But even when it's heated, and I do wonder. I think Wick may also have an interest in the fiery debate that may struggle to manifest if it's a little bit more controlled. But I mean, it points towards this the e-court structure that that Zip set up, and I think it's a real compliment to that by comparing and contrasting it with when it's a bit more free flowing. And I think in these types of debates, I think there needs to be fact checking. I think you could have a system like the e-court where you have an objection fact check, and you just say this, and then there's a moment at which the facts are checked, and then they can the person who it goes against, they can object towards the fact checking if it's in the wrong light or if it's framed wrongly. And I think that in itself will become an interesting discussion. And I think that's probably the core and kernel of the disagreements here. Whereas if that doesn't come to the fore, what's going to happen is that those on the right who watch these debates, and maybe they're really ignorant about the facts or they're in denial about them, they're just going to see people being angry at those who represent them, and then they start to victimize themselves. So I think there's a real danger of that. Although I understand.
Also, someone like especially like look at what happened last night. Like Andrew Branca left within like 10 minutes or whatever, 15 maybe, because he was upset that he was forced to answer like an actual question on a factual basis of what was actually happening. Go to Logic. Similarly, I think threatened to leave at one point because he was getting pissed that he was, actually being confronted with facts. If there was like a fact checking sort of thing coming from somebody like Wick, I think it's very easy to predict that people would stop coming on if he started doing that and they took issue with it, because they would never, like, whenever there was a fact check, they would never agree, oh yeah, you're right, actually I got it wrong. They can't, right? It's in their ideology. They have to deny.
Yeah.
So they will keep just lying about it, and then it'll become
One
Wick versus
question.
them, and then they'll leave.
Have you had three-way discussions at school? Because we had them. It was in our curriculum, and these discussions worked with um, partially deaf intermediate who only listened to the answer of the question asked by one side, and then had to reformulate in his own words the answer, and then he heard the question. So basically, in a scenario like yesterday, Destiny asks a question, a third intermediate person is moved to the channel. He only listens to the answer and has to re-say what the answer was in his own words. And if the answer he then gives doesn't match the question at all, this is repeated until a reasonable answer is given.
I think I've seen something like that. Kind of do a similar thing on the e-court that I do with Kafka and that Reason Riff was on last. But just like with the other thing we said, like nobody would ever agree to that on the MAGA side, because they know that they can never, like, they refuse to answer questions directly because it's all they can do. They have to pivot, they have to dodge, they refuse to answer questions because it's the only way they can pretend that they actually have a leg to stand on any of their beliefs. It's like the big issue with, in general, like MAGA, like online and like interacting with them, is that you really, like, and kind of Pisco is similar. Like I was gonna say, like Destiny kind of has to do this and really does do it. Pisco also does it similarly whenever he's talking to people like Ryan Malali or like other like lawyer people. Like you just have to kind of just keep shoving the facts down their throat and appeal to the audience and say, hey, this is what it is, and you're an immoral, disgusting, lying piece of shit. And that's all you can do. You can't really like be like reasonable with them when all they do is deny the facts and lie about everything. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But I
one second, please. Aaron Panas just posted news: Cash Patel delayed FBI agents during Turk investigation because he refused to get off the plane without an FBI raid jacket.
Yep. I have the Carolyn Levitt. She's about to do a press briefing in a bit. But yeah, I saw that this morning. Cash Patel, like the little baby he is, didn't want to go, like, leave the plane when going to, what is it, Utah for the Charlie Kirk investigation, because he didn't have a fucking jacket that said FBI on it. So they gave him a woman's jacket that didn't even fit. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, this is something I was pushing Destiny about a few times in recent streams, is that because he's got this Dinesh debate, right? And one of the big things that glaring things that in theory that MAGA Republicans in general should just care about is how is Trump allowing this to happen and then not sacking these people? How did he find the most inadequate, underqualified people for these roles in his government? And then when they prove that, they continue to hold those positions. I'm including Hegseth, of course, in this discussion, or RFK. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's mad how unsuited they are for these roles, and it's not even. I mean, of course, it's about a loyalty thing, right? If they're really bad, then they hang on for dear life, and they're going to do everything you say. And so I think that's the argument as to why Trump keeps him on. But that's sacrificing the US for loyalty, and I just think that's you can be a crazy xenophobe, but surely that's not what you want for your country, right? And it's comical. This should be satire. Sometimes I like to read the news and think, you know what? Let's just pretend this isn't real, and this is just kind of making a joke out of some ludicrous situation, because you couldn't make it up, right? Just how poorly qualified these people are.
It's
Do you
unbelievable.
think
Like P Hex says DUI hire who literally was like he made it not even very. I don't even remember what the highest rank he made in the military when he was in there. It wasn't very high at all. Um, it has like incredibly like abuse allegations against him by his like ex-wives. Um, was just a fucking Fox News random, and then now is the fucking leader of the fucking military of the strongest military in the world. Like it's just you can't make it up. It's
do you
embarrassing.
think that people like Destiny, Pisco, maybe even Hutch, if he argues to Trump supporters, that they had more success in such debates if they actually studied um, stuff like rhetoric?
I
Um, Depends what you mean, but
no no.
it depends what you mean by success, and it depends what sort
Mm,
of rhetoric you would wish they studied.
Like the key aspects of rhetoric is to know your audience, and I think that especially, for example, if Pisco talks,
mm,
he has his lawyer tone, and this scares away a lot of people. There has been this debate between Pisco and Ryan Mulally, I think his name is,
Yeah, that guy.
where they argued about whether the Supreme Court was justified in arguing for the immunity decision. And the recap they both had after the debate was that the three jurors who had to
Yeah,
be convinced didn't understand anything they were talking about, so they just gave Ryan the win. And this to
yeah,
me is crazy. And I think that like things like knowing your audience is one of the key aspects. There's actually this book by Jay Heinrichs. It's called Thank You for Arguing. I actually read it. It's pretty intuitive, and it explains um, how to most effectively um, transport your message
mm.
so that it actually reads the audience.
Yeah, but then the question is, who
Uh,
is the audience, right? So especially with these debates where they're recorded,
yeah,
of course, there's the person that you're responding to, but most of the time, you're not really believing that you will be able to convince them. It's the people that are listening, and then it's the subset of those people that are listening that you really feel that you can tap into. Perhaps they're doubters. Perhaps they're. I think the key part of the populations, including Germany and UK, US, are the people that just aren't voting, or they're voting for fringe parties. Which Germany is a bit different because we have proportional representation effectively here. So, if you vote for the Green Party and the SPD get in, they can be coalition partners. But in the UK and the US, it's just toxic because these votes go out the window, and then they allow the right wing through the back door. So these people must not vote for these fringe parties because all they're going to do is split the vote on the left. And we're seeing this in real time in the UK, and
yeah.
it's a complete disaster. So then those voters you need to appeal to in particular. And of course, bringing up facts, bringing up information, they're less likely to be in denial. Whereas the ones are deeply embedded already in the right wing ideology, it's going to be a struggle. And it's not to say you don't leave some space for trying to convince them, but it's not your primary audience that you're trying to discuss with. And I mean, also to be fair to Destiny, he's also said multiple times that he tries to reflect off his debate partner. If they're debating in good faith and they keep the tone moderate and considerate, he does exactly that. And we have seen that from him, right? But the problem is the frustration with when there's no fact checking going on. I just think it boils over, and I think it's more the format rather than Destiny or soy pill. That's
Yes, I don't.
the at fault here. I just think that it's the format. It's too relaxed, and I think this is the
Yeah,
point
and
you're
also
making,
like
Tess, that there needs to be more fact checking for it to really function, and just enough so that they still come on and don't feel entirely threatened by the fact that they're going to be shown to be, believing some fantasy. But yeah, I think some will still come on, even if there is that level of scrutiny of their arguments.
But this would be a great way to get back to our initial topic, which was whether subpoenaing people in front of Congress when the next Democratic administration is there would actually be a good idea. And I think that you just made a very good point, which is fact checking. Like, you can't exist in an environment in which no fact checking happens. And I think that this way of introducing a debate, which usually doesn't happen between people like Pete Hegseth and Democrats, that would be very important, to at least have one side that constantly fact checks, because they try to actually, well, get Hegseth in prison for potentially committing war crimes and stuff like that. So
yeah.
I think this even makes the point Zip Zip and I made stronger.
Yeah, I think we all.
Yeah, it definitely does for sure. Because like the good thing about something like if you wanted to do like subpoenas for like Senate hearings and stuff is that you can force them. The issue in doing that in like the public, media and like debate panels and whatever. Well, it's true. Like there people would still come on. I'm sure if there were fact checks, you wouldn't get as many people coming on, and certainly the quality of who's coming on. Like the person who would come on, even with like fact checks and stuff like that, is just the person that is going to ignore the fact check and keep going. That they don't care to like argue it, and they're not going to get pissed if they get fact checked. It's that kind of person who's just going to keep on spewing the lies even when they've been fact checked, and then that's it. Which it's just not like it's good like debate wise, like it's fun, but
Yeah, but it can
trying to
turn
put
down the temperature. Like
convincing.
the those who are debating them don't really need to do too much if they've been shown to be dishonest in real time with fact checking, right? And like they're just tripping themselves over by so overtly lying at that point. I mean, one interesting thing was how the debate ended last night. It was about who was ultimately responsible. Destiny brought the question up, and he brought it into a really calm tone, and got the I've forgotten what his name is, the MAGA guy, to say, yeah, Trump is responsible. And then Destiny was basically like, interesting. And because it was so obvious that it contradicted other positions he had held, the temperature didn't need to be turned up at that point. Whereas the more nuanced lies that they tell, it's challenging, because I think this is the point Tessa's making. It would take too much time to show why they're lies if you as the debater has to do that yourself as well. So they have then two tasks: one, confronting the arguments, but also doing the fact checking. So the weight starts and the onus starts to fall on those who are debating the far right. So because the far right never really have to pull up facts, and it's it's all about vibes. So I think if there is an intermediary that can do that for those more nuanced cases, then it starts to create more balance. And more respectful debate as well. I do think that can often be unhelpful, frankly, and it makes them out to be victims in the end. How bad that is on a level like this, where it's kind of a bare knuckle fight, I'm not too sure. But I certainly, I don't know if Tessa's seen the articles I've been writing for Pragmatic Papers on this, or the discussion before, but rhetoric really must be on the top level with the politicians. They have to be super careful about not framing it in such a way that the far right can call themselves victims, right? It's why these laws, like in the UK at the moment, are completely broken, where you have people being convicted of hate speech on the internet. So just to clarify this, to the best of my knowledge, right, because there's a bit of a confusion about this, right? We have like slander laws, really strong slander laws here in Germany. We, in theory, can't insult someone to their face say on the street. And in the UK, it's not so much the slander laws, but it's the laws around online hate speech. And they're really, really strong, stronger than in person on the street. And they're being heavily enforced at the moment. So if anyone says anything effectively racist on the internet, on X or whatever, they are prone to being taken to the police station and given a warning at the very least. And people are filming themselves getting into these situations, and lo and behold, it's making them out to look like victims. So it's really, really counterproductive. I really hope they get rid of that law as soon as possible, because it's just increasing their polling. And the same thing can happen in debates, of course, but it's a question of also what you frame as a debate, right? There's always an ongoing debate, right? There's political discussion among the populace. There's the media's role in a larger debate, right? And so it's applicable on that scale too. So we have to be really, really careful about feeding a narrative that they're somehow victims, because ultimately the reality is they're making victims of other people, like migrants. So we really don't want it to be seen that the other way around, like these poor, Christian extremists that they're being taken over by Muslims, whatever argument that they want to put forward. None of that narrative should be able to hold water. So we have to be really, really careful about our rhetoric in that regards, and these types of discussions. But
I don't even think that. I think the most important thing is to have the biggest show, to draw the most viewers, to make everything appear interesting. Like, do you remember when the first J6 trail started? Literally no one focused on them because they were not in the spotlight. They were basically ignorable because, as I said, they were in some courtrooms, and this can't exist going on. Like, we need to basically hold cameras on every single disgusting action
yeah, for sure.
these people are doing.
Yeah,
And
but
this is where it starts. And I think you can't make the mistake if you have good preparation. Because, for example, if Hexath is questioned about the strikes on chips, he then says maybe it was just one strike. Then a video goes on showing that there are actually two strikes. So he lied. He can go to jail for perjury, right?
in theory,
and
yeah.
yeah, in theory, but basically, you just have to create the biggest show. That's like Trump's biggest advantage. Everyone thinks he did a lot in his first year. Actually, he just passed like 10 laws or stuff like that, which is crazy little. He was actually pretty useless so far. He could have done way more.
Yes, yeah.
But everyone thinks he did a lot because he regularly, like the first 3 months, were basically just, how was his show called? The Apprentice Part 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he did end like 15 or 16 wars, I think. He's done quite a
Oh,
lot.
true. Yeah, I heard that.
No,
Between,
but
what was it, like Malaysia and Azerbaijan or something like that? Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And Indonesia and Congo were really at it at one point. And
Yeah.
no, I mean, no, seriously though, I think there is a point about making sure it's interesting enough to the public. So it's a question of also the methodology by which you conjure that interest, and sometimes being a bit controversial can help. And maybe that's true on the political pundit side of things. Maybe that's true of us, that we shouldn't be too calm and boring and say something extreme that gets attention. But certainly on the highest levels, and I mean, that's like the certainly for the politicians themselves, they have to be very, very careful, and they should use these checks and balances and use them accurately and follow the letter of the law, so that they can say, hey, we're just being patriotic here by following our legal code, and we believe in our legal system, and according to this, these people are war criminals, or they frauds. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of examples of how Trump has basically stolen money from the state, and therefore we need to prosecute these people, and it's nothing political about it. It is important that they do it that way, rather than a rhetoric being, these evil people must be punished to the greatest extent, more than if someone else had done these same things, because then they can start saying we're victims. And there are lots of studies into popularism that show it's really, really dangerous when you get to that point. But that's the role of the politicians. Maybe for other people involved in politics, it doesn't have to be quite so polite, to be frank. Because otherwise people get bored and they don't pay attention, and then it's just not gaining any traction and attention. But this is the thing that when I looked at this article I wrote, right, on combining game theory and rhetoric, like on the game theory side of things, you should be reciprocating most of the time. That means if they are dishonest with you, if they cheat you, if they say, "Oh, we're going to support you,"
Go hard at them.
Then you have to then also be non-cooperative with them, where you are opaque and unpredictable as far as they're concerned, right? And that's, I think, also true. So the rhetoric may be calm and considerate on top, but the actions have to be, to some extent, risk-taking, and from their perspective, quite brutal, to the point at which they might end up in prison, and rightfully so. But you have to marry both of those things, and that's a really tricky line. I mean, it's easy to describe this in theory, but in practice for politicians, I think it's pretty tricky.
But don't you think that we already lost somehow that war? Because, like, the Republican politicians don't even need to say outrageous things. People they talk to on shows say those things.
Oh, Carolyn
and
Levitt.
oh,
I don't know if do we want to cover the Carolyn Levitt thing, or we can keep the conversation going. That's fine.
I just wanted to end this
Yeah,
quickly.
go ahead.
Then I'll just hop off.
Oh, sure.
Because I think that the media environment is so bad that basically the Republicans don't have to message the most crazy shit themselves. They just let people say it for them. And the Democrats, unfortunately, don't have like that good of connections that, for example, an Alyssa, how is she called? The Slotkin senator.
Alyssa
Alyssa?
Slotkin, yeah.
That someone like her who wins a lot of elections goes on shows of, for example, David Pacman.
Yeah.
David Pacman isn't interacting with, for example, Hutch or Brian Tyler Cohen. Like, all of them are in their own bubbles. They share bubbles, but they don't like create this huge network. And that's basically what I was addressing earlier when I talked to Zip. I think that we need stronger interactions between smaller creators that, for example, are part of the Unfuck America tour, and big creators like Hutch and Destiny, and they don't have to interact themselves because there are some issues with that, I think. But like, we need a huge network where one audience is handed to another audience, so that there is one huge cluster which but this isn't happening.
But this is also another issue, right? I mean, I think before, there's the discussion of the kind of front and action that you put up against MAGA, right? But then there's the fragmentation on our own sides, and this could be said of Germany as well, right? In terms of the fragmentation into multiple left parties, some of which could work together. Others are, like Wagenknecht is completely she's crazy, and a Russian agent effectively on the left. But other, even Die Linke, right, in Germany, in theory, at least some faction of them could certainly work with the Greens and even SPD if they actually put aside their differences. And I think there's
But Die Linke already said in press briefings that they won't seek.
Yeah, that's exactly, it's a problem.
They won't, just for Zip Zip, because I don't think if he knows.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know much about German stuff.
Die Linke is like a pretty big party right now on the left, but they
Okay.
effectively said, if we get enough votes, we will still be in opposition because we are basically an opposition party, and
That's
that's like
nice.
that's a huge issue.
Yeah, I mean, it feeds
Wow.
into the narrative that that Destiny says, in terms of that they like being the opposition. They don't want power,
That's
really.
it.
And sadly, that's true. I think, I don't know. They're a broad church. I actually lived next to the Die Linke meeting, the offices in Leipzig at one point, and so I used to see the one of the Die Linke politicians regularly, and he was on the often outside. He's having a cigarette outside these offices, so I would stand and chat with him. And he was, I must say, he was a quite reasonable guy, and moreover, the people that would come to the meetings, there were a lot of really good people and pretty moderate people, actually. And they would often be talking about local issues in terms of housing and renters' rights and making sure that everything was upheld. And in Germany, there's some reasonable laws that they can use to make sure that they are upheld. So they were doing a lot of good for the local community. And then you hear of more crazy people in Die Linke that, and of course, they influenced the party in terms of staying staunchly polarized away from the center left. And I don't think SPD themselves necessarily help the situation either. I think they're both playing a similar game of polarizing the left. But it's definitely, the parties themselves, the subgroups themselves, are also broad churches. And it's why I don't think you should outrightly say Die Linke could never be part of a decent coalition. It would be the question of which politicians within Die Linke had the power at the time. And but many of the supporters of the party, they have some pretty reasonable politics overall, in my opinion. And
But what really mind breaks me is, I think that you completely miss the point as to how much potential the democratic side has. There are so many creators that, as I said, Brian Taylor Cohen, David Pacman,
Pac-Man.
they always work in their own bubbles, and if they network more, I know the chorus thing is a bit of a drama,
They tried.
um, but for example, Z is starting her own influencer career, and people like um, how is Dean Withers and Parker, they are not too far on the left for them not to be included on in this coalition, and I don't know why, but I don't see this huge networking, and this is especially a big problem because small creators on the right, um, they are brought on some shows and they get viewers. The bubbles somehow match, and
Yeah.
the audience then says, "Oh, well, it's pretty interesting sometimes what this guy says. Let me get his position." And this doesn't happen on the left. This is exactly what I said to Zip Zip, which completely pissed me off about Destiny. He's basically the Lone Ranger, uh, and he could be like,
well, that's
I
not
don't
his
know,
choice, right?
Batman.
That's not
Yeah,
his.
I think what you're missing is that for all these people, like it's more so the person, like you brought it specifically, even besides the Destiny thing, which I'll say in a minute, but like you say like, oh, Z's doing her own like influencer thing, like the Unfuck America and like whatever, but Dean and Parker aren't too far left to be in part of that coalition. With Dean and Parker, it's a personal thing that they don't want to be involved with Z because of
Mhm.
the whole thing that happened
Yeah,
with the
but they
Unfuck
don't
America
have to
thing like months
directly
ago.
match, right? If there was a middleman, for example, a guy like uh, Pisco who has discussions with Hutch, they could
Sure.
talk, and they could pull audiences around. and this
Yeah. And
way
I mean,
of
the
pulling
deliver and
audiences
learn crew,
around.
they do it well, but like the issue is I think you're missing like the personal thing for so much of it. Like Deed and Parker, they don't get involved with Destiny or Z is because of that reason. With talking about Destiny, like you're saying like, oh, Destiny could be doing this, and it's like Destiny would love to be doing it, and he was doing it
Hmm.
before. The issue is that a lot of people left him because of his fucking court shit,
Yeah.
the
Do you
Pixie
think
stuff.
that people like Andrew, JD, and Z, and those guys that are more center left or even center of the coalition, even people like counterpoints and some center right people, that they can't build one huge network, which then interacts with another network that is like
No,
Arch, Pisco, Soy,
I'm
and
sure they could, yeah, and they do. I mean, Counterpoints shows up on Pisco stream every other week, and then is also on the Destiny stream every other week. Like that does happen, but I think you
I
and
mean,
I would want something more, but that's just not in the cards.
I mean, the,
And
the reason I was comparing it in okay, you were delineating between like the media side of things and the democratic side of things. I think you said about the examples I was giving in Germany, but I think it's much of the same thing, and I think it's an unhealthy part of left wing culture, political culture, whether it be media or whether it be the actual parties themselves. That there's always this tendency to fragment, right? And I don't see the difference. And I think in both cases it's very destructive, and we need to form a stronger, bigger network where we're willing to compromise a little bit ideologically for actually getting policies in place and getting power to actually do something about it. Because it's now been decades of mostly right-wing politics being implemented. Trump didn't come out of the ether, right? I mean, Bush basically laid the groundwork for it. And then there's McCain, which was an exceptional case with the Republicans, but other than that, they've just gone further and further right in terms of their candidates and the kind of the ethos of their politics. And so that's we need to then create a counter to that. And I think your point about networking is spot on, but I don't think there is a difference between in Europe, especially in a country where you have proportional representation. There's fragmentations happening within between parties. But even within parties, it's also been happening in countries that have a majoritarian system like the US or the UK. And all of this is just part of the same problem. And frankly, it means we need to find other people that we disagree with and to some extent on policy, but that it will agree to compromise and to follow the same line and to create a stronger network. And there
this
are
happens.
and there are signs of, I mean, the examples you've given, right? I mean, Counterpoints, Destiny, and they have, if you imagine the network, they've got bonds between them, right? But then as soon as there was any allegations against Destiny, it was basically he was guilty immediately. And not even of the crimes he's being accused of, but just anything that they could conjure up out of thin air. And, any kind of allegation just stuck. And a lot of people ran away from him. And it was not only just destructive for, I mean, I don't even know if it was good for them in terms of their streaming careers, but it was definitely destructive for left-wing politics in the US. I totally agree with you. These networks are important, and they're more important than
Like,
the individual's streaming careers, in my opinion.
that's why I said those bridges that need to be built could be built with smaller creators who basically would profit more of new audiences than they would lose by talking to Destiny. An example I gave was Andrew JD, who regularly uses the R slur. Oh, well, that was sorry. Um, and I think if there's some guy that matches the energy and has 1 to 2 viewers on YouTube every live stream, and a few more on, not a few, but some more on TikTok, there could be some cross-platform uh, shit happening, and I don't see why this isn't happening. And then you could, for example, use Andrew JD because he has connections to Z to indirectly link um, Destiny and someone slightly to the right of Hutch, and then get back into the circle. We need to create pipelines, and everything we've got is like safe spaces for people that want to express them in just one certain way.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't think this is Destiny's responsibility. He's openly said, look, if they want to, rebuild bridges, um, effectively he's open to that. But he's of course a bit pissed off that he left him there hanging on his own, right? But he's
Yeah,
still
I
open.
get
He's
that.
even mentioned with I always pronounce it in almost a German way, Vosch, or however they pronounce it.
Yeah.
He's even openly said to me on stream, he thinks that's more likely or more possible than with Hassan, and I can understand that. But if you look at the history, I mean, I've tried to catch up. I've only been kind of in these circles for the past year. It was pretty hostile between them two, and in terms of their ideology and their politics, it's quite different. But the key thing is here, Vosch voted for Harris, and he was willing to compromise when it came down to the vote, which is really what matters. And Destiny realizes that, but of course it's not being reciprocated, and so there's only so much he can do. I mean, that's one reason we should start saying this. And I've even messaged him personally. I didn't get a reply, but to try and push that a little bit. Yeah, I thought I'd tickle the beast and see if he laughed. But yeah, so I totally agree with you. But then it's a bit like the article I wrote. Okay, it's easy enough to understand the theory, but then the practice is much, much harder, right? And funnily enough, it's like the
Yeah.
politics. We see what the problems are in our societies, right? But the solutions are much harder to conjure and understand than just identifying the problems. I mean, Marx himself, I think, was pretty good at identifying problems in this kind of proto-capitalist system of his era, but the solutions didn't really make sense and are oversimplified, right? So identifying problems is the easy part. It's the solutions, and I think that's true with networking. I think that's true with the politics. I think that's true with combating popularism. But definitely, dealing with the network issue will help deal with the populism and help show a unified front, show a growing movement, right? And that creates a positive vibe, and that's also an important ingredient of counteracting this. Otherwise, it's just doomer the whole time, and like we can't deal with this. And I think we can, but we need unity. And an interesting point you brought up, Tess, was also this, about people on the center right. I never, if I'm honest, imagine myself reaching out to people on the center right or respecting people on the center right, if I'm honest, from my own political background. But because of the era we're in, the situation we're in, it seems so clear that those who are reasonably minded on the right of politics, those few, we really need to try and build bridges with them too, because it needs to be against this popularist movement, and that means everyone needs to be involved in that, not just I like your politics best, so I'll just stick in this small bubble. So I completely agree with you on the networking side of things, but I think it is bigger than just the media. It's also about parties and factions within parties.
Okay, one thing I wanted to address, what you said is you mentioned specifically rebuilding bridges, and I want to get rid of the and I just want to build bridges with
It's both.
people that are less known, with like interactions that didn't happen before. Like, I don't know why, but the entire Midas Touch network is like on their own. They are not interacting with the David Pacman show and Brian Tyler Cohen. They
Yeah.
all exist on their own, and especially for Destiny, I know there have been a lot of bridges burned, but I don't understand why it's hard for him to go to small creators
Well, he's
that
trying.
are part of the Unfuck America tour. And
But he's doing
done
this.
so.
Yeah, and the next he's doing it with Adam. What's his face? Another.
Mockler.
Mockler.
Yeah, and he's doing it together with him next time in the Unfuck America tour. And that's I think actually is the bigger creators. It's important that he builds those bridges are more important because they have a bigger audience, right?
Yeah, I
But it
agree.
should be at every level. So
But this is like one step, and one step at like this is just not enough. And
well, the problem
yeah,
isn't destiny, in my opinion. I mean, from what I see, it's other people around him, and there are those bridges that never existed. There are those bridges that were burnt, right? And I think
those
that
that can never exist because those people wouldn't build a bridge.
yeah, and I think the only person I can really think of. I mean, okay, there are a few, but people like Hassan, I think it's gone too far. I don't know what's.
Yeah.
I guess there's a hopeful part of me. Like I see glimmers of a good person sometimes, there. And funnily enough, he was probably the first political, Twitch stream or YouTuber that I saw. That I think got me to see Destiny for the first time. So I have to thank Hassan for that.
There
But
you go. Nice.
other than that, there aren't many. Except I think even with a lot of the burnt bridges, they can be rebuilt. Of course, it's hard to rebuild those ones. But like the other point you're making, Tess, there's a lot of bridges that haven't been built yet. But they should be, in theory, easier to build because there's no history there. But it takes more than just one creator to do this, right?
Yeah.
And
It's
okay, I
like
need to hop
it's,
off.
it's kind of like the million
One,
dollar question. Like if you
yeah,
could solve it, we'd be in a way better state. But I just
I
don't.
need
I
to
think
hop
it's
off.
a little simplified. It's not that easy. You know.
I have one last question before I need to go. What would happen if I now read my social security number to you
What would
at the
happen?
city? Yeah,
Um, I don't know. Why would you do that?
I don't know. Like, and I had to carry it around because my parents said it was important, but I don't know what to do with it. I just
Wait, you cut out a bit. Wait, hold on. Your parents what? What did you say before?
my parents said it was important to have it, but I don't
Yeah.
know why and what it does. So I just
Oh,
wanted
just
to
like
know.
that was just completely off topic. Gotcha. It's just in theory with somebody's social security, you could take out a loan in their name or something and fuck up their credit and like
But
put them on the hook for shit.
okay, so I won't do that.
I don't
Yeah,
think you
not a good
should.
idea.
Yeah. Just out of interest, sorry, Tessa, you're German living in America then?
No, basically the other way around. I was born in the United States, but
Ah,
then 9/11 happened, and my parents then decided to.
Return.
So yeah, I could have had a life in the United States, but some crazy dudes decided to fly a plane into a building.
yeah, they were pretty
Yeah, that's
crazy.
it.
Yeah. And
Yeah, it was a crazy time, wasn't it?
cool. And are you studying or you finished your studies?
I'm currently doing my master's in physics
Okay.
in
I'm
Germany.
I'm doing my
Nice.
PhD in physics. So I was actually
Oh,
talking about network theory. I was wanting to talk about spin systems and imagine couplings between spins. So yeah, please DM me and add me on Discord, and maybe we can do a physics stream at some point.
hell yeah.
I'd love to
That
do
would
that.
be,
See, here's the connections. Okay, there it is.
Exactly.
yeah,
We formed a positive bond here. Yeah. No, I'm doing
the
statistical
bond.
physics, theoretical physics
I'm
research.
doing physics with MRI machines, which is kind of hilarious considering
Yeah,
the Trump uh, shit that's going on.
yeah.
Yeah.
Once we're done with this combo, I'm sure we'll watch some of the White House prep briefing. Maybe that stuff comes up.
Okay, have a nice evening.
Yeah, likewise, and
Yeah, thanks
thanks
for
for
coming
coming
on,
on.
Tess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bye.
anytime you wanna, hop in one of the waiting rooms if you see me live, and can maybe drag you on.
Sure.
Right.
Bye.
See you.
He's a
Chill with
cool.
the guy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, and that's really cool. I like. I don't know. Maybe I've got a bias towards physicists.
Yeah, that's funny. You're like,
Um,
oh, a German and in physics and spitting facts. Good shit.
and
Cool.
this year I presented some of my work at the annual physics conference for the German Physics Society, which is pretty old. I mean, they've had people like Max Planck presenting at these conferences.
Damn.
So it's kind of prestigious, but it's pretty cool because it's the whole like physics clique that meets up together, and
Yeah.
it's a bit of a church in itself. And I realized afterwards that, oh wow, this is like my community. Because everyone's kind
Good
of
shit.
really super geeky, and for me, I feel kind of comfortable around people like that. So
Yeah, yeah. I
yeah,
would
so
say we were gonna have a whole other thing but I brought that guy in. I expected this to end a lot quicker. But yeah, here we are. Kind of news catch up, I think, is what you suggested with Europe and US. I was gonna say I have the White House press briefing up. We can watch some of it
Okay, cool.
on
So
like 1.5 speed now.
yeah, yeah.
Let's see if we want to just react to it.
The only thing is, if I click on watch stream rate, I'm going to hear myself through back.
Oh, you can. I'm sharing on Discord, and you should be able to see it there, I think.
Okay, so because I want to be able to pull it up and then we can watch it together. But
Yeah.
do
you see? You're on PC, I assume. If you click on the call, you should be able to hover over. If you see the red live thing, if you click to watch the stream, you should be able to see it.
Yeah. Okay, but if I click on the stream, I'm going to hear myself because I'm on the stream, right? So I get an echo.
Let's test it. I don't think you. Do you hear yourself on this?
Not on this call, but if I click watch stream, then the stream will have my voice on it, and therefore will come back through into OBS.
It shouldn't come back through.
Let's see. Maybe it's clever, but I don't think it is. Okay. So I'm now watching stream, and if I talk, oh cool. I can't. I don't know actually. I won't hear it actually, will I? But I'll check on OBS.
I think for your stream, well, on your, it shouldn't come through. I don't.
Wait, but if you
Discord doesn't point your own voice back to you, and I think your voice isn't coming through my shared screen. So
okay, just one moment. Like, don't play anything.
Sure.
Okay, I don't see it coming up in OBS because as I say, I won't hear what's going through OBS. I just hear what's going through Discord. But it does seem like there's nothing going through desktop audio. So that's cool. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Cool. All right. Let's see what we got.
His 9th cabinet meeting of the year alongside his incredible cabinet who continue to deliver for the American people at a
incredible cabinet.
Incredible is the right word, but
yeah.
Could you turn it up a bit?
Yeah.
It will be a very exciting announcement indeed, especially for all of the parents across the country with young children and babies. On Thursday, President Trump will host the presidents of the Republic of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo to sign the historic peace and economic agreement that he brokered. On Thursday night, the president and First Lady will celebrate one of America's greatest traditions, the lighting of the national Christmas tree on the ellipse. And on Friday, President Trump will attend the FIFA World
Melania, who doesn't care about Christmas. Very cool. Thank you.
Final draw at the Kennedy Center. You all will be seeing and hearing from the president every day this week. So you have me today, and then he will take on the rest of the week himself. Next, I would like to address the horrific tragedy that took place in our nation's capital last week. A foreign terrorist that the Biden administration failed to properly vet ambushed 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard who were honorably serving here to keep the residents and visitors of Washington, D.C. safe. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf was severely wounded in the attack and remains hospitalized while he continues to fight for his life. Tragically,
I mean, how are Americans taking this? Is it really influencing people, or because it was it's an Afghani national, right, that committed the murders?
Yeah, I'm not sure entirely how it's being taken, but kind of. I don't think anybody really has that much. Just some random, just National Guard, whatever. It's no 9/11, right? I don't think anyone cares.
Yeah, but it's a bit annoying that it's an Afghani national, given how Afghanis are seen.
For sure.
I mean,
the unfortunate thing is that MAGA can't really lean into it as hard as they would otherwise, because it was Trump who gave him asylum back in April. So they unfortunately can't really, because that's the obvious retort anytime they try to like, who's Afghani national? Well,
so this specific Afghani
was asylum them, right?
Okay, but he was given asylum under the Trump presidency, and so that they feel like they can't say too much about it. But they could always argue, well, it was because we inherited the Biden system and it was still kind of, in place.
Yeah, but then they have to own it still.
Yeah.
It's true. Like and that's what they'll do. They'll put the blame on Joe Biden. That's what Kristi Noem did on TV yesterday. She said, "Oh, it was the Joe Biden's vetting for the immigration," and then they asked, "Well, but it was Trump who gave him asylum back in April, right?" Well, but it was Joe Biden, and it's like, oh, well, but. So you didn't vet him when you gave him the asylum? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's hard to defend.
As horrible as it is, like the idea that they can, that every single person coming in will be good, and then the added factor of how anti-integration it is when you make people feel unwelcome in a country, and you're actually promoting this division. That's how they're responsible for it.
Yeah, it's also hard because right now they don't have a motive yet for the attack, and Kristi Noem also said yesterday on that interview that it appears that the shooter was radicalized in the U.S. So they can't even say like, oh, the Biden men let in whoever. Like, they have to argue, oh, they shouldn't have let any of them in, because
Yeah, but that
the
also
current
feeds a narrative, right? About that. Yeah, okay. If you let people in, you don't know if they've already been radicalized, right? I mean, I'm just to some extent still manning the argument, but there is some truth to that. But of course, that's the world we're in. I mean,
yeah,
there's always a possibility of that happening.
yeah,
And
and also, if Trump wasn't illegally putting the National Guard in D.C., this wouldn't have happened. So, like, there's also that.
yeah, what I think it's not just that on its own, right? It's the fact. I really think the other factor here is the kind of division that's created by this xenophobic rhetoric. And when you
Yeah.
do that, people don't feel, oh, I'm going to talk to my neighbor, or maybe the neighbor doesn't talk to them anymore. Oh, I'm going to improve my English because I don't even know if I can stay in the country, and I might be sent off to a gulag in El Salvador. And so it makes people cut themselves off. And then they're prone even more to extremism, of course. And I think Trump is definitely guilty of being responsible. I think even more so in that
Yeah.
way than even just the fact the National Guard were being needlessly deployed.
100%. Yeah, yeah.
But it's a question also how the American populace also takes these things, whether they really start to get even more Islamophobic, or is it create just some people, the extremists?
I mean, yeah, it's rough, and some of these effects like we're seeing, especially in the youth, like they're becoming more racist. That is just true. But also I think depending, like some of the stuff is kind of online, but also I'm also very it would depend also where in the US you are. Like I'm in Miami, like there's all kinds, and obviously like we have mega racists here too, but like Miami is so international already, and is a lot of immigrants and stuff. So I don't see that entirely, but it certainly exists. And also these things we would just have to see over time. Like I don't think that the National Guard shooting and it being an Afghani national is going to be a big factor in that, more so than just everything else in general. The entire
But
everything. This is just
so just talking
little
about the politics in your state. I mean, you must have a really divided, polarized difference in politics between like rural Florida and then the
Oh, yeah.
cities. So there
Oh,
must
yeah.
be kind of a real tension actually in your state with this, no?
Yeah, it's funny you say that because Miami-Dade for unexpectedly this last election did go for Trump, but Miami-Dade being the county that Miami's in, which is more urban, but it is definitely true. When you leave like South Florida and you go to like Central Florida, outside of like the big cities like Tampa, Orlando, of course, will have similar-ish like city vibes. Orlando is quite democratic, but yeah, you go to more rural areas of Florida, it's definitely um I don't know how much you've been to America, if you know, but like it's the South. Once you go to like rural Florida areas, it's a lot of white people, a lot of um rural, what you'd expect, kind of more, what's the word I'm looking for?
Conservative, to be
Yeah, and well, yeah, conservative for sure, but
traditional,
also
yeah.
less worldly. They haven't seen as many people that aren't like themselves and stuff. So yeah,
Is this
it's
statistic
definitely
still
true.
true that the majority of Americans don't even have a passport?
I would imagine so. Yeah. But also that's also just kind of a meme between like, Europe and whatever. Um like in the US, like you only need a passport if you're leaving the country, and so many Americans don't feel the need to leave the country because there's so much already in the US that you can see like biodiversity wise. Um so like if people go on vacation, like in Europe, if you go on vacation, you'll go to, the beaches in France, or you go to the whatever in the Alps or whatever, right? But if you want to go on vacation in the US, you just go, oh, let's just go to the state over. Or, oh, we'll go to the Rockies, or we'll go to, Miami for the beaches, or we'll go to wherever, right? So you don't have to leave the country to do kind of go on holiday.
Yeah, I mean, I guess also apart from two countries, you have to cross an ocean, so then
Yeah,
it's also
yeah.
super tricky to get to other countries. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, actually, to be honest with you, I've never been to the US, but I spent a month of my life in Mexico. So
nice. That's actually
um,
funny. Yeah.
we actually planned to go to the US when we were there, but there's a lot to do in Mexico already. I mean, we're staying with one of my father's best friends who lives in Mexico
Oh,
City.
nice. Wait,
Um,
you ever in Miami? Hit me up.
cool. No,
I'll show you what we got.
I actually wanted to cycle from the coast to coast. A friend of mine here
Oh
in Germany
shit.
did this. I'm big on
Hell
cycling,
yeah.
and that would be the way to see the US, in my opinion. But must be
Mhm.
honest, the homicide rate kind of like when I compared the homicide rate of the US with
Uh,
all other countries I've ever visited, and I've been in a lot of countries that have
yeah.
been in civil war, they still have a lower homicide rate. And then I compared it to like
Yeah,
most of
it's
the world,
true.
and it's like, wow, you really compete. I think it's similar to Zimbabwe now. Um,
It's a little bit of like the homicide rate is like mixed in with like gang violence and shit and whatever. Like people will say that, but yeah, it's obviously true that it's just more risky because of the amount of guns that we have.
yeah.
But also it's not like we're getting shot every other day, whatever.
No, but like the
Most people
homicide
have not
rate
seen gun
is
violence,
well,
etc.
gun ownership is about triple the former Yugoslavian states. It was
Mhm.
120 per something, like I think per maybe it must be
Oh, true.
100,
Somebody in my
120 per
chat said
100 probably.
Charlie Kirk famously said, including or not including gang violence, and that is
Yeah, exactly.
uh, for some things it is actually a good point to
I
make.
mean, not to be too edgy about it, but he didn't really get a word in after that
It's
that
true. That is
question.
true.
I mean, he really got it in the neck for his politics. So.
Oh, nice. Let's press play, see what else
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
gonna
cool.
lie about.
She was just 20 years old. President Trump and the entire White House are praying for Andrew's full recovery at the request of his parents in their personal phone call with the president over the weekend. And we are keeping Sarah's family and friends in our prayers during this
Yeah, they care so much.
difficult time. Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. Two young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than
Okay.
this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice. That means ensuring the monster
Never forget. They'll never forget their sacrifice. That's why they're going to take the National Guard out of places where they're in danger, right?
responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and faces the most severe punishment possible. It also means reckoning with why this atrocity was allowed to happen in the first place, so that it may never occur again. Here are the facts. The terrorist who gunned down American soldiers blocks away from the White House in an ambush was an Afghan national who was flown into our country by Joe Biden.
Why? Maybe it's just definition wise, but I don't know if does he count as a terrorist? It's just a
I was
murder right
going to
now,
bring
right?
that up.
But
Right, I'm old enough to remember when this word started to become really in vogue after 9/11. I was always really into politics. So as a child, I remember 9/11 vividly. It was a really warm day, and I just got back from school, and my parents had the news on, and it was a bit like the apocalypse in real time, because then the Pentagon got hit as well, right? So it was like, okay, what
there
was
was
going to...
a plane that was going towards the Pentagon.
No, the
And
Pentagon was also hit.
it landed in a field.
Where part of the Pentagon was destroyed.
Was it?
Yeah.
You might be right, actually.
I remember. I mean, I'm yeah,
I'm probably just forgetting, but yeah.
The point being is it was extreme, because then the Twin Towers were hit, and then that happened. It was like, okay, so what's going to be the next thing, right? So it was
Oh, it was
really,
crashed into the Pentagon. You're right.
it was
125 people died in the Pentagon.
yeah, exactly.
point.
It was a big fire. And I think there was a lot of because of the design of the Pentagon, that it actually wasn't as bad as it could have been. Anyway, that's some engineering stuff. So the point being is, after that, like, the world suddenly flipped on its head in terms of uncertainty. We're in an era, kind of this golden post-Cold War era, and we were still feeling it in the early 2000s, like in 2000, and we had the millennium, right? And it was a very optimistic time in hindsight, and that just flipped it on its head. And at the time, Bush's rhetoric seemed pretty extreme, or at least this kind of notion of looking for a very simple enemy to go after. And that's when this language of terrorism just exploded, like, who was a terrorist? Because before that, to be a terrorist, you had to be part of an organization, really. And in fairness, I mean, Al Qaeda was this very decentralized organization, so it's kind of hard to say who's acting on their behalf and who's not. And so, this notion of what a terrorist was became partly blurred because of this loose structure that Al Qaeda had, but
Yeah,
also
like in this, when she's calling this guy a terrorist, like the only reason she's calling him a terrorist is because he happens to be from Afghanistan
yeah,
and maybe is Muslim. I don't even know if we know that, but
exactly, because
what a word.
to contrast it with, right, we had in the city I lived in, so if you want to work it out, they can find out now. There was a terrorist attack about, I don't know, 8 years ago against a synagogue, and we've got an up and coming synagogue in our city, and it was attacked, and it was frankly a white nationalist. Made homemade guns, and then it's actually a bit of a meme what he did, because in the end he couldn't get into the synagogue and he managed to kill a football supporter, which was kind of the people he wanted to defend. So it's a bit of a tragic incident which happened.
Real smart, these guys, yeah.
Yeah, he went to a kebab shop and then shot a guy, and then the guy turned out to be a white German dude. So it was really counterproductive from his own ideology. The point being is this guy was never really called a terrorist, because he's white, frankly.
Exactly.
And so in the end, it's become very, very, racial and a kind of almost a slur. And it's just
Luckily, in the US, we've actually moved past that. Okay, now you can be a terrorist no matter what race you are. As long as you're trans, then you're a trans Tifa terrorist. If you just hate the administration, then you're a leftist terrorist. If you're a member of the Democratic Party is now a terrorist organization. So everybody can be a terrorist now. Maybe we've evolved. In this case, though, it is just because he's brown.
yeah, I mean,
it.
because I don't know if they're going to say it in this conference, and we'll watch it further, but do we really know how this guy was? Clearly is radical, right? I mean, there's no denying that, but
Yeah.
how was he radicalized, through what means?
As of yesterday, Christina went on the news and was interviewed. She said they don't have a motive yet. They're going to keep asking people from his community, whatever. What they know is that he was radicalized in the U.S. That's all we know. So I don't know how they can say he's a terrorist without even knowing him.
Exactly.
Motive, but
yeah, and what organization he is or isn't part of. So yeah, let's continue watching.
I guess we'll see. Maybe she says something else.
Administration in September 2021, in the chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country.
That was Trump's plan, as we all know. It was Trump's plan that he negotiated with the Taliban without the Afghan government, and just gave them all of that. And that was the timeline Joe Biden followed. All things said, he got us out of Afghanistan. That's good, but
I disagree.
I
mean, I think it was terrible that the Brits and Americans left Afghanistan. Like, it was a complete waste of time, the whole thing, in the end.
Yeah.
And I think even though it was, I mean, maybe it was becoming politically untenable, but Afghanistan still had a chance with that added layer of defense. And if it was a slow progression of removing of troops, you don't announce it, right? Because then the Taliban's just sitting there waiting. And also acknowledging and understanding that the reasons the Taliban exist, it's not particularly, religion's used very much as an excuse, but they're Pashto nationalists, right? That's why they're also a threat to Pakistan. And that's why now ISIS are threatening Taliban. They have a civil war still between Taliban and ISIS. So finding some kind of agreement for Pashto rights could have reduced tensions in the area and stopped the Taliban even existing. And they should have done that before leaving. I think it was a massive mistake.
I agree. The issue is just the deal was just like Trump had already negotiated it with the Taliban, and that's for whatever you could say, the U.S. holds to its deals in some cases.
It was in the worst cases in this case, in my opinion. But
yeah, and as much as it sucks, but like you said, the political tenability of it is more what mattered in this case. And it was already like if we had gone back and said, okay, hold on, we'll delay this more so that we can try to get a better deal involving the Afghan government or whatever, then it would have been even worse, I think, politically, and probably would have fucked up shit kind of more. It is fucked, like the way that it was left, but it's kind of just how it had to go, I think.
I mean, a lot of Afghanis died because of this, who are supporting and helping. I've got a number of Afghani friends here in Germany, and one guy, he actually wanted to take the channel. You know about the channel crossings to Britain at the moment?
Yeah, I think so.
Right, so it's a huge political issue it's a bit like the equivalent of the
Yeah,
Mexican-US
we're border.
border. We've got
Mhm.
the English Channel, we call it in English, um,
Yep.
and even the
Do
Labour
they call it the French channel in French?
I
What
think that
is
they
that?
have their own name. I'm pretty sure they don't call it the English Channel. I'm almost certain of
That
that.
must
But
be true, yeah.
um, anyway, so the current Labour government, who I was happy to vote for, and really was having some kind of optimistic thoughts about, have gone kind of full far right in their rhetoric, especially the Home Secretary, who's responsible for the UK borders, and talking about the illegals and this kind of dehumanizing aspect of it, even though it's never reached more than 5% of
Yeah.
migration, these boat crossings, right? Anyway, so a friend of mine who's an Afghani here in Germany, he wasn't allowed to bring his wife and daughter over from Afghanistan, despite the fact he was actually one of the guards for the president of Afghanistan. That's why he had to flee. And so now his wife and his daughter live under one of the most brutal regimes in the world for women.
Yeah.
And that's how his daughter's going to be brought up as of now. So he had heard, if he goes to the UK, that they're a bit more relaxed on allowing family members to come in. And so he was just about willing to risk his life
Yeah.
to cross over to the UK. I convinced him not to, and we still lift weights together in the gym. But it's a really difficult and horrendous time for Afghanis now.
Yeah, it's not to get too much into like my own personal shit or like reveal too much, but like I think I mentioned it whenever you were on call. I'm Venezuelan American. I was born US. My parents immigrated. I have a lot of family members that have come to the US. I also, just living in Miami, there's a lot of Venezuelans here. You hear a lot of stories. Um, yeah, people will brave a lot to be able to have a better life for them and their children. Um, I have heard a story of um, family that came over and they did go through the border. They crossing the Darien, which is like the Darien Gap, which is it's horrible. You have to go cross a river, and it's incredibly fucking, like, the water's really moving fast. Like, people die there a lot. Um, and people will bear a lot for being able to like have a better life for their family. And that's even like, you know, people talk about, oh, why don't they, they're already in Mexico, why don't they stay in those countries or whatever? Like, even those countries, like, a lot of these countries are dangerous as well, like Central American countries as well. And depending on, your circumstances, and also for myself, for Venezuela and the people I've heard this stuff from, um, even if you go to other countries, you might not be safe depending on like why you left Venezuela. So I get it for sure. I'm glad you were able to convince him otherwise. And I would
Yeah.
probably do the same. Like, people who do that sort of thing, like here, like crossing the actual border itself, it's because they don't have the option of doing it otherwise, and yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah,
It's really
and
fucked.
I mean, in the end, there's a limit to what kind of life one wants to lead, right? They're willing to sacrifice their life if it means they can lead a life that they consider worth leading. And I think there's some shall we say, propaganda, like our Western wealthy nations. It's not easy being poor in them and like working your way up. So I don't think they always are aware of how bad it can be in those
Yeah,
countries.
like like being poor here is still better than oftentimes in other countries being
It depends on the
however
country, right? I'm not, I
economically
wouldn't
better.
say that about
Depends on the
Venezuela
country,
or
of course.
Afghanistan, but
Hmm.
maybe Iraq, modern day Iraq, there's some decent life, or in Pakistan. And I've spoken to
Yeah,
Pakistanis that were on their
for
way
sure.
to the UK, because there's a story for another day, but I spent quite a lot of time with refugees along the routes in which they came in 2015, camping with them, and keep maintaining contact. And I was really trying to tell them, hey, like, I don't know what you've seen on the films, but Britain isn't like that. And it's not all that easy,
Sure.
And so they went in the end
Yeah.
went to Greece and other countries, partly on my advice. Like, they realized perhaps they should try something different.
Yeah,
But
for sure. Something like Pakistan, yeah, for sure.
but
Yeah,
it
what I'm specifically saying, like, oh, like poor here is better than other countries. Really more so is like because the situations are so shit in Venezuela, and then depending, I heard stories like depending on why, like some people leave Venezuela because they're generally being like, and like it's a meme that like, oh, so many, like, we've had so many asylum seekers in the U.S. and like these are really just economic migrants, and like that is true to a factor, However, there are people who do genuinely fear like persecution in Venezuela, and like as much as I do like sometimes emphasize is like when Trump admin is saying that like some of the like Venezuelan gangs are are like arms of the Venezuelan government. That is unfortunately kind of true in some cases. Now, it doesn't justify any of their actions, Trump admin's actions, but that is true, and they do operate internationally in South America. So if someone were like fleeing Venezuela because they were targeted by those gangs, they can be followed through the other countries. So it makes it
They're genuine
where
refugees. I mean, they're political refugees.
actual refugees.
Yeah. And even then, like, where does the economic migrant stop, and where does it become an issue of starvation and not having enough food for your children?
Mhm.
And that's definitely been an issue in Venezuela, right? Especially with the hyperinflation, and I mean, it's so harsh, and so it's really hard to tell, where migrant stops and refugee starts in terms of the status.
And like I've known like this one family where they did come over through that way, which to whatever like is not always illegal. You can do it legally. There are legal ways of like crossing the border. You can claim asylum, yada yada. But like when they came over, like there's two children, like a son and a daughter, like that. The little boy, he came over. You would think he is like 4 years old because of how small and like tiny he is, but he's like 10. Like that's how bad it can be with like lack of food and stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty bad.
And then they're just called illegal. They're not even called illegal migrants. Sometimes it's just like this, objectified human being at that point. And
literally just illegal aliens, and that's it, right? It's
and
people miss a lot of the humanity for it, and it sucks, especially like living in Miami and seeing not just if it's just white people, that's one thing, but seeing like Cubans and like other Hispanic people also on the same shit, it can piss you off.
Well, it's ironic, right? Because that's the whole thing, that human nature is the same everywhere, and so it doesn't matter what your background, you can be
incredibly racist to each other.
Yeah, and I mean that's the other thing, and I do agree with there is some argument about anti-white racism can also exist in the UK, exists in the US and everywhere else, right? I wouldn't say it's the biggest problem right now, so it doesn't need to be spoken about a lot. But if someone on the right of politics says, "Hey, why isn't anti-white racism acknowledged?" I think that is an issue, because some people say, "Well, it's not such a big issue," but other people actually deny its existence, and that is a problem, I would say. And so there's a space for that discussion. But just I mean, in relation to these migrants, I mean that's one thing I try and say to anyone that I meet who's got right-wing tendencies, is like, okay, if you want to keep the country to yourself and acknowledge that you're privileged and you're lucky to be born in that country, that's kind of fine, but at least respect that they're not going on a holiday. They're desperately trying to seek a better life, and they've come from a really unstable existence, and they're not just doing it to threaten you or in some kind of invasion.
And like there's a way to like, I don't know, to like do that argument, like I don't know. There's like a way to frame it where it's like, take it as a compliment that so many people want to go to your country because they think it's so
but that's the contradiction, right? That's the point, right? They say how amazing their country is, and then they seem to think that why can't they go back as if it's just a slight difference in weather or something. And so if they're going to acknowledge that the US is a great country to live in, then by contrast, the countries that they're coming from probably aren't that great. And in the end, we don't earn the right to be born in somewhere. And I find it shocking that can't be acknowledged. And of course, it goes down.
I literally I've personally, I see this with my family and with other people that I see. Like, I am incredibly thankful that I was born in the United States. Like, I feel unbelievably blessed to have been born in the United States. When I was, because I'm, Venezuela's been pretty shit for a long time. But when I was born, it was much less. But my family did, get out. They left. They decided, hey, they wanted a different life. And that's, I feel incredibly blessed because I have that privilege of having been born here that a lot of my family doesn't have, that have come over in the last however many years. And yeah, it was just luck. Like, it wasn't anything that I did, right? It was just, and for whatever, like it's also fuck because people with like birthright citizenship itself as being a target or whatever. But I am still way better off for having been born here through no fault of my own. And I think it's something that like I feel that, but a lot of like people whose families have been here for however long, they don't feel that, right? That actual luck, because they just see it completely differently.
I mean, this should
It's
really
quite strange.
this should
I
also
think
really
it has to do with the like lack of worldliness in the U.S. I think, like we talked about before, like a lot of Americans don't have passports and they're left the country. Yeah, it kind of just has to do with that, where people don't see that many people different themselves. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, and this should tap into Christian virtues as well about charity, right? I mean,
hmm
if someone is so
it
unfortunate
should, right?
as to
If
not be born in the US, if you think the US is so great, then you should be offering your hand out and showing consideration. And of
thing.
course, a lot of Americans do. And those Christians, I mean,
Yeah.
I spoke to Kafka a few weeks ago about his Christian background. And, I think the first thing he said was, our church is about being respectful. I think respect was one of the first words
Yeah.
that came up.
I've talked to Kafka about that as well.
And I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's a beautiful form of Christianity, and that should be, explored more. I mean, that seems to be more in line with the way that Christ was depicted as living, right?
Yeah.
So really, this aspect should be, the kind of one of the foundations of Margaret if they're so Christian.
Yeah, it makes it really funny whenever Carolyn Levitt goes up on to do press briefing and you notice, oh, she isn't wearing her cross
Oh yeah,
today.
she
And then she spews the most insane amount of lies that she's ever done. It's like, yeah,
yeah, well she's
cool.
she's I mean she's trolled about her cross, right? So
Oh yeah, of course.
yeah. Well, let's see how cross she gets in the rest of the briefing.
Yeah. Real quick before I'm pausing, just read a couple chats. Isaac Bunch said Westerners have no clue what true poverty looks like. Kind of when we were talking about like that sort of thing. It's kind of true. And also,
I would push back a little bit. It really does depend. I mean, it is a lot less, but there are statistics in the UK over the past 10, 15 years of children going at least a day without food. And annually, people die because they can't afford to heat their homes in the UK. Of course, the number is much smaller, but that the distribution, the wage distribution has got wider and wider. So inequality has grown in the UK in the past 30, 40 years. And it's meant that there's some really extreme cases that have very, very different from the average person in the country, and a much, much smaller number compared to many countries around the world. But there are still people dying because they can't afford to heat in the UK, and it's not because they want the latest smartphone. It really is because it's hard to exist, especially with the cost of living when you account for that. So I think it would be a bit unfair to those. It's on a completely different scale, and it means that vast majority of people don't really know poverty in their own lives. But just to be respectful to those few who have actually died because of poverty in countries like the UK, I should just mention that. But.
Very true. It's important to point out. Also, the person said you could have been an OSRS gold farmer. That is true. If I was born in Venezuela, I'd be a gold farmer in fucking RuneScape. And Fudge said, immigrate halfway across the world, child becomes alpha VTuber, feels bad, man. True. Not wrong. Also, person, thanks for the follow, Jeffrey Epstein 13, whose first message got AI modded for hate. They said, you sound like a homo. Thank you, Jeffrey Epstein 13.
Is that meant to be an insult? I don't know. Right?
I have no idea. I'm not sure. Okay, let's keep playing.
Historic failure in Afghanistan continues to haunt this country and our men and women in uniform. Not only did this surrender lead to a suicide bombing that killed 13 American heroes in Kabul, but now National Guard troops were shot on U.S. soil by the same kind of enemy. We continue to live with the deadly
The same kind of enemy. Do you have any idea if that person's a fucking member of the Taliban?
Of Joe Biden's horrific leadership. Nearly 100,000 Afghans were recklessly released into the United States.
Like, you could simply not say these things. Like, that would be very easy to just not call this person the same kind of terrorist as, but cool.
States with little to no vetting. There was no regard for the disorder and violence that this would unleash on American communities and American culture. Reportedly, thousands
American
of
culture.
Exactly. What's this got to do with culture right now?
For national security, public safety, and fraud concerns. But the terrifying truth is that the Afghanistan debacle is just a small part of Democrats' complete and total betrayal of the American people during the Biden years. The tragedy that we just witnessed the day before Thanksgiving is a reminder that untold thousands of terrorists, gang members, and criminals were invited into the country and remain here to this very day.
Thousands of terrorist criminals were invited into the U.S. Wow. Wow.
I mean, I'm
If
sure
you
there are
claim-
thousands of
I'm sure
terrorists
that-
in the US, but most likely
Yeah.
not Afghanistan, Afghanis. But
Yeah, I'm sure she's going to provide evidence that those thousands of people are terrorist criminals, right? I'm sure.
I mean, can you imagine being an Afghani in the US right now? I mean, it must
Yeah,
be
it's,
appalling.
Mhm.
And they,
I wouldn't want to be one.
I mean, a
I
lot
mean,
of
it's already like I'm already Venezuelan, so I get it. It's fucked. Yeah, it's bad. Jeez.
Interior remains real and urgent. These public safety threats are already inside our land. And President Trump was elected on a promise to find and remove them. And he has already taken significant steps and made significant progress towards fulfilling this promise. But there is more work to be done because President Trump believes that he has a sacred obligation to reverse the calamity of mass, unchecked migration into our country. As a result,
Unchecked.
The Trump administration is now actively re-examining all of the Afghans imported into the country by Joe Biden. Any individual who threatens our national security or our citizenry will be subject to removal. President Trump has already permanently
Wow.
paused migration of foreign
I'm sure that wasn't already the case. I'm sure.
I mean, that was another thing about the immigration numbers to the US. I mean, it is true that they've reached record lows under Trump, but that trend had already started the summer before in 2024. I don't know what measures Biden was implementing to do that and whether they were any good. I mean, if numbers are all you care about, then they're clearly excellent, right? But it's not just about numbers.
It depends. Biden did some after the bipartisan border bill that was supposed to pass, if not for Trump telling Republicans not to do it. Then it would have improved a lot. After that failed, Biden did end up doing some executive order to halt some immigration at the border and do some further enforcement. I haven't actually looked into it that much to see how much of it was like good, quote unquote, or like if we would prefer it, or if it was illegal or legal or whatever.
Well, statistically, the numbers were
but that is
coming down
true.
dramatically.
Yeah, they were already dropping incredibly under Biden's last year.
Yeah, and that point's not mentioned because a lot of Democrats concede that Trump has got it down to a low number, as if that isn't something that Biden wouldn't have done. But the means by which you do that, I mean, you create a lot of resentment towards the US if you just leave people out in the cold to die like that, which is practically what's happening on the border.
I mean, they literally shut down asylum claims. Like that's just a thing now that is happening. Even though you cannot do that, you have to accept like refugees and people seeking asylum. That's like international law. You have to do it.
Well, international law
care?
doesn't matter at all at this point. I mean, it's
course
not
not,
just the
yeah.
US, if I'm honest, that's flaunting these things. But
Let's see what else we got. Also, let me read some chats. Simon Lyman says, "My two favorite orbiters." Thanks, dude. I guess he likes us. Isaac Munch said, "I've heard from friends." I think this was whenever you're talking about like Afghanis in the U.S. I've heard from friends that they try to leave the house as little as possible. That doesn't surprise me at all.
that's really good for
People are,
integration,
like,
right?
afraid of leaving the house.
That's really good for
Yeah.
a sense of community. Because I'm super pro integration, and I actually think there is work to be done there. But a lot of that work is on the other side, not just the people that you want to integrate, but being welcoming and open to them. And you don't feel very welcome. It's like if you go to visit someone's house, and and they open the door, and they just start talking about themselves, and it's all about learning the customs in that house, and there's not even one question about, oh, what is it like from where you come from, or how was your week, or whatever it might be. That's not welcoming, and that makes people feel isolated. And that's a situation we often have with immigrants in all of our countries, wherever someone's come from. You do need to show a little bit of courtesy if you want them to integrate mostly into your own culture and society. And that, in the end, creates a sense of community, which is lacking.
With how things are right now, they don't want that. So they would rather just alienate them, and they don't give a fuck.
Because they need division, they need conflict, right? Because otherwise they have no reason to exist. Yeah.
Of course. That's all that drives the fucking, like, the machine is xenophobia and hate, so, no.
Very high risk to the United States. For too long, past American presidents supported self-destructive immigration policies that allowed foreigners who outside our country and have no interest in assimilating into our culture. They've allowed these individuals to flood peaceful American communities. This disastrous approach has drained our welfare program, driven up the cost of housing, suppressed wages, and jeopardized the safety of law-abiding American citizens. In fact, according to a new bombshell report from the New York Times,
Bombshell.
migrants in Minnesota have defrauded nearly $1 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits under Democrat Governor Walz's leadership.
Wow.
Trump is putting an end to this dangerous American
It's so
lobster.
personal. He
This
just hates
position is rooted in
Waltz,
common
right?
sense.
Yeah.
Speaking of last week's atrocity, it is more important.
Like the Somali, it's literally just because fucking, what is it, Rashid Tlaib, who's, or no, Ilhan Omar, who's Somali. It's literally just that shit. That's the reason they care about Somalians.
Than ever to finish carrying out the president's mass deportation operation. America cannot allow millions upon millions of unvetted illegal aliens to be rewarded with amnesty after they broke our nation's laws to come here. They must go back to their home countries.
Yeah, they
It is
broke
also
the laws to
essentially
come here,
essential
yeah.
to immediately address the massive fraud and corruption that has been going on for decades in other
When they're talking about all these people who broke the law to come here, they're just talking about people who came legally and seeking asylum. That's what they're talking about. Just, yeah.
aspects of our immigration system, most notably when it comes to asylum claims. Millions of people who have come here
Oh, there we go.
are told blatant lies, now enjoy temporary
Oh,
legal
man.
status. President Trump is ending this scam as well, and I would point out that the Democrats have tried to block this administration from doing so at every turn.
No, Democrats did not try to block that. That was the courts. It's
mean,
a very large case.
Not to sound supportive of their point, but I do actually know that people who have lied to try and get asylum, they didn't succeed
happens.
because they couldn't speak the language that they professed to speak. But it was
Exactly.
in 2015. There were Pakistanis I knew who were trying to pretend to be Syrians.
Yeah,
and
this stuff does happen.
I understand why they do it, but yeah, okay, they shouldn't be prioritized. But the other issue, for example, for the UK, and I reckon this is another parallel with the US, and I think Destiny gets pissed off sometimes if I push this parallel too much, all these parallels too much. But sadly, a lot of them exist. One thing is that it's really hard to claim asylum, and in some cases impossible, from outside of the UK. So you have to get in somehow, and the only way is really via boat crossings.
Yes.
So I suspect it's the same thing in the US, that it's not exactly easy to, find your local office, or maybe in Mexico that are US offices to claim asylum. And so the only way to do it is to get into the US. Right? Is that the same issue?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you expect people to do? Yeah.
Like even beyond the asylum thing, like what she's talking about here with like temporary legal status and Democrats, whatever. Like what she's talking about is we do have in the US a thing called temporary protected status. This was a case that's been going on since like basically the start of the administration, like literally the day, like I think within a few days of Kristi Noem being put into or like confirmed as a head of the Homeland Security. This case they illegally ended temporary protected status granted by the U.S., particularly like Biden's admin, had done an extension for temporary protected status, and they just ended that, which is not something that you can do. Like that's not part of that law that grants the ability to do temporary protected status. You can't just end it whenever. The way to do it is the next time it comes up for review, you can change the like the way temporary protected status is granted is based on a certain amount of conditions in the particular country that it's being that people from there are being given it. So it's like, oh, Venezuela is under these situations, so this such, boom, 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 and because of these reasons, we're granting temporary protected status, right? When Trump came into office and Kristi Noem was confirmed, they call it a vacating the order, which is they vacated the extension. I mean, the extension no longer applies. However, that's not a thing you can do. And also, the way that they decided to do it, they didn't change any of the conditions. Like they didn't say, "Oh, Venezuela is actually fine now, therefore we didn't need temporary protected." They didn't even do that. Like,
Yeah.
which if they were gonna do it, it would be wait until 2026 when it would expire, and then you can say, "Oh, the conditions have changed, therefore it isn't necessary anymore." They didn't even do that. So it's just when she's talking about, "Oh, they take advantage, whatever," like that's not the case. That's explicitly what temporary protected status is for. Is just, hey, these people from this country are under such shit conditions that we are accepting these people and giving them legal work permits and a legal permission to exist in the U.S.
I mean, if they really cared, they'll be trying to help stabilize these countries to prevent people wanting to flee in the first place, right?
Yeah.
And that's
I'm sure that's what
for
they're trying to do in
everyone.
Venezuela right now, right?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
This takes 1 or 2 aircraft carriers apparently.
Oh yeah, it's I have eaten foliage in chat. Zip recommendation if you want to be legal correspondent type space content stuff. Lawfare podcast is perfect content source. I think I've seen Lawfare podcast. I've seen them.
I recognize the name. But...
Yeah, for sure. I think I've seen them before. I'll check that out more. Good call.
Blatant lies now enjoy temporary legal status. President Trump is ending this scam as well. And I would point out that the Democrats have tried to block this administration from doing so at every
So when she means Democrats, she means judges, who they call Democrats. So.
turn with lawsuit after lawsuit. The hard truth is that even when it comes to our legal immigration system, past presidents have failed to ensure that all prospective citizens love America, will add value and contribute to our communities, and will assimilate into our culture. Leaders have a duty to defend and advance the interests of their own people, not foreign nationals. Leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. That is why President Trump is more committed than ever to fully restoring American sovereignty.
Like, what does that even mean? What does that mean? The national identity, that like, there's some level of truth there, but that's obviously not what she's talking about.
No, but it's just avoiding any type of change. In fairness, I mean, that mentality is old school conservatism, right? You just don't want a culture to change. And that's really hard to accept, that your culture might change if you bring people into a country or people come to your country. Yeah. And it doesn't have to change for the worst, right? I mean, in the UK's favorite dish is a chicken tikka masala. It doesn't originate from the UK.
Yeah.
It's from migrants bringing that food in, and all for the better, right?
It's so funny when, like, even like in the US is one thing. It's so funny to me, like the UK, the issue they have with immigrants, because it's like, bro, it's your fault, bro.
Oh, because
it's your fault. There's like people complain about like, oh, Pakistani and Indian immigrants, like, why do you think they're coming there?
Yeah, but like, and of course, I don't know if did you hear about the Windrush scandal? I mean, this is absolutely horrific, and this just feeds into this whole discussion about migration, right? So there are many people living in the UK for 30, 40 years, and they didn't get citizenship, and some of them were sent back to Jamaica. You had other cases where people were brought in, they were really young children, but again, they never got citizenship. You know, in the golden days of 20 years ago, there was no reason to get British citizenship. They felt very welcome. They're part of the culture. And it was so extreme.
Subjects of, you know.
Well, okay, yeah, but I mean, we're all Republicans truly at heart. But the point being is, I mean, they were just super settled. They didn't get citizenship, but they were citizens of the country. They were very much British, in at least how they come across to myself. And some of these people, when they were sent back to Jamaica, this shows that the government, this was under the last Tory government, I can't remember which Home Secretary implemented this. They've generally been xenophobic, so it's hard to know which one. I think under Theresa May, before she became Prime Minister, she was Home Secretary. And they were sent back to countries like Jamaica, especially in the Caribbean, who had come often in the 50s, 60s, 70s to help rebuild the country after the war. And so some of the children there had never even spoken, the dialects of English they speak there. So I think it's like patois, for example. Yeah. And so they were given a leaflet, right, on the plane as they were going over, warning them, don't speak with a British accent, right? Don't come across as British because it's really dangerous for you. And it's like, if you really think that they come across as very British, maybe that's because they're very British. Yeah. And maybe you shouldn't send them back. And this is the problem about settled status, and I think it's a huge issue. And it's, of course, with, in America, I mean, last time I think Trump said it was 120 million illegal immigrants in America, something stupid, whatever number he throws out, right? If that is the case, I mean, for many of them, right, especially if they're working in the country and they're becoming part of the fabric of society there, actually making them feel more stable is going to increase integration. It's going to make them happy, make them more productive. Right, it's just generally good for the whole of US society. And so, if you care about integration, then let's start integrating people, especially those that are already in a country. And you're going to get occasionally a few bad apples, but I tell you what, there's a few bad apples among those who are, fourth generation Americans, or however far back you want to go.
Yeah, like it's still the case in the US is that, like, crime rate wise, immigrants commit like per capita way less crime than Americans, or like
up to second generation. It's been really heavily studied. I think the statistics is more than just in America, but I certainly remember the American statistics. And you see this beautiful mapping of curves across the demographics and age groups. That first generation, when they first come to the country, they're much less likely to commit across all crimes. And then their children, it's also a bit less likely. And then by the second generation, they're like the rest of the populace. And why? Because they are the same as the rest of the populace. I mean, many of us have migrant backgrounds in most Western democracies. So then you're just like everybody else at
Yeah.
that point. But it does start from being
Yeah.
less likely to commit crime when you account for age and sex, and I think income as
Yeah.
well. You need to account for. Then you're much less likely to commit a crime, and so you're lucky to get them into your country. Not to mention, if you're adults already, you don't have to pay for their education, right?
Yeah.
Which is expensive. So
Or if you do, then you're creating a like the same as anybody else's education is being paid for in the U.S., right? Like this
exactly, it can only
is
be
likely
neutral.
to be a
Yeah,
good contributor to the economy and such. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
It's like a kind of a classic argument. We've kind of like evolved so much past it because of all this shit that's happened. Like I remember like back like 10 years ago, like one of the things with like DACA kids in the U.S. And like even just in general, like deporting people and stuff is like you like the if you didn't know what DACA is like a thing under Biden where children who like were brought in as very young children but never end up getting legal status were given a kind of legal status, and the one of the reasons is, hey, like these are people who grew up their whole lives in the U.S.
I
Like
remember
even
him
just on the
talking
moral
about.
thing.
I remember in the before being elected in 2020, it was something he brought up in during his election campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was
It
really
was a
good,
big
right?
thing, and
Yeah.
like and like even just on a moral level, right? Like this is somebody who's who doesn't know the country that their parents are from. They haven't been there. They've lived their whole life basically in the U.S. and stuff like that. But even on like one of the arguments on like the economic level was like, hey, this is somebody whose education has already been paid for by the U.S. Like if they went to public school, right? Like on the tax layer, why the fuck would we send this person who went through U.S. education to be, and it might currently be a productive member of society? Why would we send that person away? Like what is the like this person's already been invested to by society.
I just don't.
And it's just so true. Like
I just don't see that people that are really anti-migration, and I don't mean that they want
Oh, yeah, they
some
wouldn't
level of
care,
control, but
for sure.
that really just want to minimize migration. I mean they just don't have an economic leg to stand on, and then it's
course.
more about the cultural thing. And I think there's a little bit more space for discussion there, but you have to. And it is also partly statistical about like looking at the average person coming from somewhere and what kind of influence they're going to have, and then what size of the population is foreign born as to when it really starts to change your culture.
Yeah.
And I mean we just don't we haven't so far reached those percentages. I do think on the left we should preempt that discussion of saying, well, there is an upper bound and we do need to consider what that is, even though it's unfair on the people that just unfortunately weren't born here.
And that's always gonna be the case. For
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, and so
But
then
it almost like for me personally, like I almost like on that argument, like yeah, there's gonna be an upper limit of whatever, right? But it there are upper limits. Like the issue is like with so much of like what's going on, like and I kind of bring it back particularly like myself being Venezuelan, whatever. Like when it's like refugees and like legitimate refugees, right? Like that's like they're even internationally, like generally, like there really shouldn't be an upper limit for that kind of an immigrant.
Yeah, but well, I disagree.
And that's the kind that people really hate.
Yeah, but I mean, in an ideal world, that would be the case. But you can imagine with the majority of the world refugees, especially with climate change or any kind of conflict like water wars, which you're starting to see on the Afghani border. They're building, I think it's in Afghanistan, they're building a lot of reservoirs, and it's taking away water from downstream. So this is often the problem with these water wars. If you've got a country downstream, so like the Nile Delta is a big problem as well. You can really, control and blackmail your neighboring countries with water. And of course, if precipitation is unstable, then also water can become unstable, and it's not. And also then the demand for electricity, and so hydropower becomes quite appealing.
As much in chat says, India is doing that to Pakistan, I think, as well. I think I read that too. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and which is scary given that they have such a loving relationship. You can see how the conflict, like a pre-existing conflict, can just be really ignited there. But of course, this is also being exacerbated by climate change and the melting of glaciers, for example.
Like on that, I think you were going to say that like in a perfect world we would accept like as many as we needed, but that's almost like for me, like just the little that I know, like have researched like numbers wise, and I don't think I could name anything, but like the U.S. is not struggling from like outpouring of immigrants. Maybe other countries are, like in Europe, maybe that is more.
No,
so the case.
it's
Like,
very
in the US,
similar.
that's just-
I will say this, looking at the statistics. So Europe has an interesting distribution. So It's gone from single figure percentages of foreign-born citizens, and now it's in the high teens, many European countries, or low teens, I think, in the UK. So UK is a bit lower than most other European countries. It kind of makes sense because it's in the corner of the continent. And the US is similar to that. I think like 17% or something. But it has been increasing. I'm not going to say rapidly, but steadily increasing over the decades. And so if you imagine that continues to happen, and then you look at a country like Jordan, which is one of the highest percentages in the world, I think it's like 1 in 3, right? And then, it does get to a point where you can have a lack of cohesion, and especially if policies aren't well implemented in terms of that's why integration becomes more and more important at that point. But it can become culturally unstable, certainly if you get to half of your country, for example. So
and something in chat, the Hard Part 5 said, I don't know if you've discussed this, but a bit of a lefty point that I agree with is, it would be great if the US/EU didn't have a history of fucking with other parts of the world and then wondering why people want to leave destabilized areas. And this is like, it kind of gets to that a bit, which is
although I do push back. I used to think much more black and white in that regards in the past.
Yeah.
But then I start to think about, well, the EU and the US has had a lot of the power in the world, for good and for bad. Again, it's been kind of rather than an individual being born with the good fortune, it's a country being, coming to that good fortune. I certainly think Europe's a little different from the US because Britain had
a lot more history there.
A very aggressive colony that created famines, right? And I wouldn't say the US has quite that guilt on its shoulders, but then of course Native Americans weren't the best treated people in the world.
Of course.
But that was under British rule, right? It was all hunky dory after the
Civil War. We didn't do anything after that. Yeah.
After you got rid of the Brits. Yes, there's a lot of bad things that have happened in the past, although I'm not responsible for that, and for what my forefathers have done, even though I may have the good fortune of that now. But that is also because our history is often very Euro and Western centric. And you look at the history of other empires around the world. I mean, look at the Babylonian history.
Yeah, very similar,
the Assyrians, they were a really aggressive, violent empire.
China right now, you could say, like in many ways, like
in many ways, yeah. And in Russia's, let's not talk about that history.
Yeah, Russia.
I would actually say that
Russia, very, very recent. Yeah,
I say Russia, yeah, and I mean they're just following a tradition, right? I mean, actually, China's bad though. I mean, against the Uyghurs and
like Tibet and
exactly. There are incidences, but whether they're better or worse, it's just variations on a theme to me. Like I just don't think I don't think we should feel immensely guilty. I think we should learn from our past.
I think more so than the guilt. I think the kind of lesson from like that sort of sentiment of like we're like responsible, or like the country has done this, therefore like whatever. I think it's more so like, hey, like it should mean more so, hey, we fucked with this area in the past. It's destabilized in part or whatever because of this country. Like what should happen then is, hey, we should help to fix it. And kind of what we were saying before, like it's in everyone's interest that these places improve, like what you're saying with Jamaica, like and then those people wouldn't come to your country. If that's really what you care about, then give them a reason to stay.
Or they become a good trading partner, or we have a healthy exchange where it's not out of desperation, but just out of curiosity and interest that you go to a country. Because that's another thing I think as well, right? When people flee a country desperately, they're not like going, oh, I'm going to go, they don't pick and choose quite as considerately of, oh, I fit in with that culture. They're just desperately trying to flee, right? Whereas when, when it's a little bit calmer and then you're truly a migrant and you're thinking, actually, I feel more akin to that culture, then you get people that really do fit in that little bit more easily culturally in your country. So it would be a better world where people are migrating just out of curiosity and interest rather than out of desperation.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I think the key motivator has to be this kind of selfish interest of the day, not this guilt of, oh, we've really done well on the backs of poorer nations in the past, but that it's just better for us all going forward. And we also never know as a country when we're going to need help, right? It's not like the prosperity will always be in America and Europe necessarily. And at some point we may have to, we may be the weaker partner when we're going to negotiation.
It's funny that's like, it's funny you say that. Like I always bring that back again to like Venezuela when I'm thinking like, I know from like how, just knowing Venezuelan history and from stuff that I've been told by my older family members is like Venezuela used to, like 70s, 80s, like whatever, and it's even like was a very, very rich country. Like Venezuela was like really, really fucking up there, um, and stuff. So much so like one of my mother's family had she's like Peruvian, but moved to Venezuela for economic opportunity
Oh,
because it was
cool.
just so fucking good in Venezuela. And like at the time, like people would just like take holiday to or go on vacation rather. If I don't know, I'm using your fucking term. Fuck. Go on vacation to like
I'm
the
a good
U.S. and
influence.
just to visit and whatever, and go like out of curiosity, like you're saying. And like even kind of when I was born, like it wasn't as like completely shit. Um, it wasn't it wasn't curiosity. There's more reasons why my family came and why I ended up being born in the U.S. and grew up here. But like it wasn't out of desperation that I came here. And like that's sort of thing. Like yeah, that should happen. Like people like it should happen more. Like we should want a more globalist world, so to speak, where that sort
Well,
of thing
we
could
are
happen more
anyway,
often. But
at least when we're functioning well
yeah,
as a planet. But to do it well requires that we have a little bit of charity towards one another at different times when one area is weaker than the other. And
yeah,
because in the end, there is this upper limit of migration. I truly believe in that. And that it doesn't matter whether you're a refugee
yeah,
or immigrant or not. It's just simply about cultural cohesion
sure,
at the highest level. So I do think we have to kind of give way a little bit to that argument on the left. And at the moment, I mean, this is it's got a bit late, so I was going to suggest I was just going to bring up some European issues
sure,
because
yeah.
I'm sure Levitt's going to go on with her lies, but there's some really
I'm sure.
interesting
Yeah.
things that have gone on in Europe. Actually, I can see if
Just
I can find the Guardian.
quick on the point you just made. I think you're right for like the cultural cohesion thing. I think you're right in Europe. I think that's true from my understanding of like immigration in Europe and stuff. I think in the US it's like that's far less of a concern just because the US is like a country based on immigrants and whatever,
I
and like it's
completely
an idea,
disagree
not
with
a
you. I
history, and like
completely disagree
I don't know.
because in the end,
We do integration way better than y'all do, from my
no.
understanding.
Okay, let's have an equal debate. Seriously, you're for one, you're generalizing Europe. So I think
That is true. That is true.
I think the UK and US are almost identical. And the reason I say this is because if you look across Europe, then the levels of segregation are different in different countries. In the UK, there's I'm not going to say almost no segregation. There are kind of concentrations of British, Pakistani, and such like, but there's a lot more intermingling than say if you go to Belgium, Netherlands. I think Sweden, it's also the case. I lived in Stockholm for just over a month at one point, and I lived in an area that was mainly foreign nationals. I suppose I was myself in a flat that was actual Swedes from northern Sweden. So it's kind of a cool place to live. And I enjoyed it personally. It was a very interesting place to live. The same thing in Amsterdam. I also lived in an area that was predominantly Moroccan and Turkish. And yeah, then it's not really, a level of integration is problematic. And the reason this often happens is because people move out of those areas and such like. So in those countries, it may be a little different from the US, although, as I say, I haven't been to the US. So maybe the US is more like those countries than it is like the UK. But if you're saying the integration is pretty good in the US, then
I mean, you already said kind of like earlier, like statistics wise, like within 2 generations, whatever, like it basically just regressed to the mean of like the average American on statistics levels. I think it's very true. And like even just like myself, I can say like I'm first generation
yeah, but
American.
this
I feel more
statistics is true. It's also true in Europe, and this is not really US
sure.
specific. And so the point being is this is just something about migration in general. And I think that's the thing. The numbers are roughly the same in terms of the percentage that are foreign born in European nations compared to the US. And there are aspects of segregation. I would say this though. I mean, it's for me from a European perspective. It's kind of the way you talk about different ethnicities and use the word race still, which is kind of like archaic in the European perspective. Like this seems like the opposite. This seems like I mean, in practice, it doesn't look this way, but in the rhetoric, it's like, wow, is this kind of language of segregation almost when speaking in this respect. But in practice, I get the impression that there's a lot of integration and happiness in uniformity. So I'm not sure with regards to that, and I need to visit the US and really compare and contrast. But
I think if you visited, you might see differently, but also it very much like it's different in different places in the U.S. And like I'm, you know, privileged that I'm in like Miami, which is a city of immigrants, and like very, um, you know, like whatever. But I don't know. Like there's a point that you're making, I think, but I think the U.S. is a very like I believe in American exceptionalism. You know, we are exceptional. It's a country built on immigration. Um, like I think the statistics wise you're saying like oh it's just you know a factor of the thing and like maybe it's true that like the culture changes like gradually over you know if so, however many immigrants come but I think not as much as you would think
Do
um
you
I mean
do you
you
think
particularly
that?
but like just in general and yeah we've got DRT with another
Oh,
European
cool, yeah.
perspective.
Hey,
Hey,
sorry to drop in on you like this. I was
No, you're good.
out on protest, so I came late.
Oh nice.
oh, good on you. Yeah.
Maybe we can talk about it later. But I wanted to ask: do you think maybe the like the European, I mean the American style of racism, like where they focus on like the skin color or the general race, is actually better for integration than the European style of racism? Because if you emigrate to the US and you're like from Afghanistan or from Africa, if you immigrate from Africa, you have like a whole team that you're part of, like the black people. So even if you're from Africa, you can be. It doesn't matter where from Africa you are, you get like support or self identification with a lot more people.
Yeah, but that's really destructive for the overall single larger community of the US, right? If you've got very strong subgroups, then it that reduces cohesion on the highest of levels, I'd imagine.
I think it's as the American, I'll say it's funny you say that, dear T. You're like kind of right and kind of wrong. Oh, it's true that like um there is like, you know, skin color is like a way that it's like done. Um and you do like kind of just black and I slightly different because I'm in Miami, but like um you know there is a difference between um like African slash black like immigrants versus if you're you know American like back like however long ago. Um, but it's partly true, partly not. It's kind of you have a community to join, but also kind of um not. But I think it's so much more complicated. I don't know. It's not that simple as you know you just have a community you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
go to as your
But
whatever.
also I think like US has a history of changing what it means to be white. So except for like darker skinned people, like a lot of other races can gradually strive to being white. So um, you from how can I say it, to reasons point that it might make the cohesion on the whole harder. I think every subgroup that isn't like visibly non-white can join in the collective like
Non-white subgroup. Yeah,
Yeah,
uh,
that's a bit of
yeah
an us and them
kind
division,
of.
though, isn't it?
It's kind of true.
it can strive to become white and in that process help with assimilation.
I mean, I'd say from the at least from my perspective, among the lefts or the Democrats in the US, you know, when people start to see it as like the whites against the non-whites, it can also be very destructive. It's like a positive form of discrimination, you know, like the whites, the bad people. There is an aspect of that appears. It's kind of, you know, I think people should know their privilege, right? But there's a sense in which
Sure.
people are made to feel guilty about it rather than just reflect on it. And I certainly think that's, but I think it's also true in the European context. And this goes back to something I was saying about the differences across Europe. Like I think in Bulgaria, racism is very different to how it is in the UK or probably in France, certainly in Germany. Like I think the diversity of racism across Europe is greater than the difference between certainly the UK and the US. I think actually it's very on the surface
Yeah,
level, this
probably.
discussion of races. I think in practice, I think stereotypes happen even if you don't name them. which is often what happens in Europe, but it's still there anyway.
It's more nationalistic here. Like it's based
That's my
on
understanding. Yeah.
national identity, and America's national identity is not, how can I say, it
It's not based
welcomes
around
outsiders,
Yeah.
and the national identity of Europe is based on 1,000 or 2,000 year or even more
I really disagree with
ethnic
this.
basis.
I think
Ooh,
I think you
hero
have
fight.
I think you have you're both right and wrong, because there's different types of national identity, or let's say nationalism, and there's very much this kind of white nationalism, like these thugs like the Tommy Robinson kinds in the UK that identify as being these Anglo-Saxons, which were the invaders at one point, but now they think it's a good thing. You'd rarely hear people saying that they want to start speaking Gaelic languages because they can't be bothered to learn a second language or the original languages of the island. So you have these kind of ethno-nationalist people that then it is very much about white power, and you see this in the US. You know, people describe the US as that they kind of completely ignore the Native Americans. Go, yeah, but we're ultimately all European in origin. This white nationalism that exists in the US, and that's very, very similar. But then you have this other national identity, like in the UK, which to some extent I describe to. I think it's a healthier one, right? Is that it's a pluralistic society. I mean, not all my grandparents came originally from Britain, and so I feel almost like that is what it is to be typically British. And of course, you've got a lot of British Nigerians, British Pakistani, but to me, that is British, right? And I think for a lot of British people, that's also true. So like Sajid Khan, right, the mayor of London, he couldn't be more of a Londoner if he tried, from my perspective, right? But I mean, you can tell by the name, he's got a British Pakistani background, right? So there are different people who have a sense of national identity that are completely contradictory. You have these kind of nationalism, which I still say I think is a minority in the UK, and then you've got this this kind of more dynamic modern perspective on the national identity. That you know, there's lots of different backgrounds, and they've all fused together to make different cuisine, different music, you know, and just a slightly different vibe. That's modern Britain. I don't know if that exists in Bulgaria though.
So I think it's true what you're saying, but like this is like in the countries where colonialism was like popular, like France and UK, there is some sort of like this pluralistic national identity that is formed or is trying to form, but the basis of the conflict between ethnic groups and immigrants and non-immigrants, the basis of this in Europe, I think, is based around this ethnic nationalism that still exists even in the colonial countries. So the people who rile against immigrants in the UK and in France and other colonial countries aren't people who subscribe to the pluralistic nationalism. Those are the ethnic nationalists, and they were the like it's not an artificial nationalism. It's like the nationalism that is part of Europe's history.
I mean, even then, you still have like Reform UK, right, which is a very xenophobic party. You have the head of that party, or one of the heads. They've got multiple kind of leading figures, who's a Muslim, who certainly his parents or grandparents weren't born in the UK.
Oh shit, we read the Hassan argument.
And so they are considered kind of acceptable. And there's this massive parallel with MAGA in America, actually, that you have. I mean, this is kind of like the Trump wing of MAGA. And then you have the Groypers, who are really the ethno-nationalists, right? And they both exist in tandem, often in the same parties. And actually, there could be a reason for the fragmentation. And of course, the politics has just been tending rightwards and has been going. I mean, there's still a bigger percentage of power and of parties, of these parties than they used to be. I think it has been moving more towards ethno-nationalism. But
Sure,
even
but
then, there's still like this growth in this populist movement under Farage, for example. He is a raging racist. We know this from his background. He's been very clever not to talk about it too much, but he still courts a lot of people that whose backgrounds are pretty diverse. and they see what they want to see, right? And they believe what they want to believe to fit in with these groups. But I mean, I know in Bulgaria, for example, there's never been really reconciliation between the Turkish minority and then there's the Romani peoples. And I mean, especially with the Turkish background, because of how brutal the Ottoman Empire was, right? And there's a lot of links, I think, between Turkey and Britain because they both had these big empires and abused a lot of people, right? And so you've also got this percentage of people that look back and go, "Hey, I want to be Britain to be great again." What they mean is for Britain to have an empire, and the same thing's true in Turkey, and that's still alive. And I think, I mean, forgive me for saying, but the impression I get from Bulgarian friends of mine, or when I was in Bulgaria, is that people know that they still have this mindset. People know that Turkey's never really apologized for the Ottoman Empire, and so then the Turkish minority in Bulgaria today, it's kind of, there's always this little hint of you kind of, why do you have to still speak Turkish and have a bit of your Turkish culture in Bulgaria? You're kind of part of the enemy. I mean, not to that extreme necessarily, but there's a sense of that, right?
I think so. First, I want to say about like the UK thing. I was only trying to make a distinction that like the ethnic nationalism, like the Groypers in America or other far right organizations, they don't really have like their artificial ethnic nationalism. They are not based on like a historical
Nick Fuentes, he's fucking Mexican,
process. But in Europe, many of the ethnic nationalist feelings are part of the formation of the European states themselves. So it's much more rooted in the history and the mindset of the people, this type of nationalism. And it wasn't always like a negative thing. Like, for instance, in Bulgaria, ethnic nationalism wouldn't be like if you say it in Bulgarian or talk to a Bulgarian about something like this, he wouldn't immediately think of something bad, because ethnic nationalism was part of the reason that Bulgarians preserved their culture during Ottoman rule, and in spite of prosecution and oppression. And
yeah, but at some point in history, how is it that the Bulgarian language and frankly the gene pool is hugely linked with the Slavic nations? Yet the name, of course, originates from people that migrated from modern day Russia, right?
There's the like the old Bulgarian kingdom, the last kingdom before this was around Ukraine, around Crimea, or parts of Russia. But previously, I think the contested theories are around like Iran or Kazakhstan, places like this. But the reason is because like the military leaders and like the administration, the high the leaders of like the formation of the state, the state were part of this tribe. And then when they invaded like the Byzantine lands, they found local Slavic tribes that also hated the Byzantines, which they allied with. And gradually, not gradually, it was like a deliberate thing to unite the people into one country. So it was kind of like this building of a national identity.
Yeah, but it's very much a mix, right? Language. Of people. It's a mix of people's backgrounds, of cultures. Yes. Those cultures would have been very distinct at some point. And you see that this between the Slavic and Germanic borders and how those have shifted over time, right? And then you had communities and villages. This is game Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's a really nice example of that, because they have these Slavic villages next to German-speaking villages, and people mixed. And then these cultures created something new. So it's always been very dynamic, whether it's the genes, whether it's the language, whether it's the food or the music. And it's just always been in flux. So there's no real divisions between these different ethnic groups. And it's...
But there is also some like deliberate things that needed to happen to make this. So, for instance, like the Bulgarian script was invented, or the Cyrillic script was invented in Bulgaria because
Mhm.
the Tsar wanted specifically to have like a written language for his subjects that they can unite with, and he also converted forcefully into Christianity all the different tribes with their own different religions when they weren't Christian before, again to have like this national unity. And you can see in the 18th and the 19th century, when European countries started to form under national projects, they instituted like this official language, official grammar, official um, all kinds of things like this that created the national ethnic identity for many of those countries that were previously fluid.
Yeah, and it was somewhat artificial in doing so. And yeah, I'm not saying that there is no history with regards to this. It's just it's always been dynamic. And of course, with transportation and movement of peoples, let alone empires, then that has just rapidly increased. And there is a rate of increase, a rate of change that can be unproductive. And this is a point I was making with Zip Zip before. But nevertheless, it's this notion of a single kind of distinct identities, like ethnic identities. It's blurry at best. And even with the Turkish influence in modern day Bulgaria, whether people want to deny it or not, I mean, like, Banitsa has got a lot of relation with Turkish cuisine, right? I mean, and vice versa. I think Turkey would have taken also a lot from its the areas that it had conquered in terms of its own culture, and that's undeniable. Just like Britain has a huge influence from Pakistani cuisine, or Bangladeshi cuisine is even bigger, but we would call it Indian, but it's actually Bangladeshi, for example. And I kind of like that when there's a mix and there's a dynamism to it. It's a bit like in nature when you have genetic diversity is generally good for plants, and it's similar for culture, in my opinion. So I think when the borders are cut off too distinctly from different cultures, it tends to be unhelpful. It's kind of a bit artificial, and it's just not sustainable in a modern world, at least. And so then people just become very dissatisfied by it. But especially if you've been ruled over by a larger neighbor, like in Bulgaria's position, I do understand the frustration with Turkey, especially because it doesn't admit to any of the crimes of the Ottoman Empire. It's the same thing. I lived with an Armenian guy and a Bulgarian, right? For 7 years, we were really good friends, and they shared their dislike for Turkey to a decent extent. They also know it's a beautiful country, and
I think people here more, at least for modern Turkey, they dislike like the state, and many people in Turkey dislike the Turkish state as well. But the hatred for on ethnic basis, I think has lessened a lot in recent years. It's more like the historical memes about Ottomans.
yeah.
But I think ethnic Turks in Bulgaria are seen somewhat as a model minority in terms of they're a bit isolated from the mainstream society, but they are seen as hardworking and not bothering people. So
Actually, I've just come up with a really interesting idea for to do a stream, maybe at some point later this week or next week.
Oh.
If you want, I could share my pictures of Bulgaria when I was cycling through there, and just of the region. If you're interested in the Balkans, I've got a number of pictures from the Balkans, but and the impressions I had of Bulgaria, and then you can help explain to me maybe some of the things I saw and experienced. I mean, I hung out in some of these Turkish communities in Bulgaria. And I went to a Romani wedding, for example, things like this. And people were from every ethnic background in Bulgaria. The people were super friendly to me, and I had a really good experience. But if you're interested, I can share these pictures with you.
Sure.
And if not, then so be it. But
what
Really
was
dope.
the topic you wanted to share about Europe?
about Bulgaria or
About
today?
Europe.
Well, on this show, I was just sent 2 links to in the Discord zip in the
yeah.
shared suggestions. It's just 2 brief articles. I thought I could kind of go over together because I mean it's more of a UK focused, and I'm going to try not to be too UK centric. I should also be quite German centric given I'm living in Germany. But and actually the article this is a small tangent for about Bulgaria. Actually, I'm also writing an article about politicians that have been convicted or found guilty of being paid off by either Russia or China in Europe. And Bulgaria came up. I can't remember the name of the politician right now. But yeah, there's quite a few examples, and also of the Labour Party in the UK. So it's not just the far right or these pro-Russian parties, but there are other examples of mainstream parties being bought out a bit. So that's an article I'm doing for the Pragmatic Papers, and I think next week, if we do the show again, then I can also bring that on.
Good.
But for this week, I just thought I'd bring up 2 kind of interesting, relevant articles in the context of the UK. So let me just get this one open myself. So the first one's about this guy. I mean, this is a really good news story. I'm just so happy that, well, I don't know about happy, but this guy was a high-ranking member of the Reform Party, a close colleague of Nigel Farage, and he's not only been found guilty of taking bribes from Russia, he's admitted to it. I think this is a massive thing, actually, that someone has admitted to it rather than just being found guilty and then being left screaming and shouting all the way to the jail, because he's been jailed now, right?
Good.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good news story, and yeah, he was taking bribes to say things that Russia wanted him to say. And we know this is already happening, but we need that evidence. And this is not just about UK in isolation. As I said, in this article, there's a Bulgarian politician, for example, and there's politicians from Italy and all over Europe. But also, I think what's happening in the US is kind of in line with this.
Oh yeah.
And there is links. I mean, not beyond reasonable
Sure, we'll find
doubt.
out about that shit in the next administration.
Well, we need to.
'cause,
I hope we find out about it. I mean, some of this stuff will be buried. So, this is a Guardian article that has a few sites that have written about this. And Farage is pretending that he never knew him, but of course, there's lots of pictures of Farage with this guy.
Jeez.
And now it's turned out, I think, in the past few days, there's another colleague of his that's also linked. And it looks like, and he was an MEP, so a member of the European Parliament, doing the Kremlin's bidding. So this is no longer speculation. We're now talking about
European Parliament. That's jeez.
yeah, which is
Okay.
also very corrupted,
That's
sadly,
nice.
with this stuff. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it is an issue. It's not a reason to kind of give up on the the EU, but we need to kind of correct that as soon as possible. So that was one issue I wanted to bring up, and the other one is a bit more nuanced. This is about this guy. Have you heard of Polanski? This new and up and coming politician in the UK.
I haven't, except when you brought him up.
Okay.
As a new Green Party kind of guy.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
I heard that like the Green Party is like the most popular party among the youth.
Yeah, among the youth, exactly. So if you pick and choose and cherry pick your demographic, then you can make everything look good, right? But at this point in time, across the whole of the electorate, the far right party Reform are about like 34%, and then Labour and the Greens are kind of hovering around 15% each. And just to clarify this, but the UK does not have proportional representation. So what that means is if they split the vote like this, it's just all going to move to the right and really far right. So he's actually incredibly damaging in a way for left-wing politics if he persists all the way to the election as he is doing now. Some of his policies he's putting forward, I don't entirely disagree with. I mean, there's the wealth tax he suggested, but he's actually laid out.
Yeah, you brought this up before.
Yeah, he's putting out suggesting a 1% wealth tax. The other thing is like the media are generally really going after him, and I mean this is the BBC. Okay, they're kind of neutral in how they say how Polanski's could impact, right, rather than destroy. But a lot of media outlets are really going after him. And so there is an aspect of him being like a left-wing popularist. And so the more they go after him like this, it kind of supports the narrative that it's the institutions are going after him and all this kind of thing. And I just thought I'd put a face and a name on the stream, and like this guy is not going to go away anytime soon. But what's another thing that's interesting about his comeuppance is, you know who Jeremy Corbyn is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he just started a new party called Your Party, which I think is a terrible name. So,
I heard that today that the name was finalized and it's just called Your Party.
yeah,
It's
which is
so
great for the
fucking
search
dumb.
algorithms, right? And so yeah, it's just they just couldn't think of a name. They bought the site and then they just stuck with it. The thing is that there's two leaders of that party. I've forgotten the name of the other one. She left the Labour Party by her own accord. So Corbyn was kicked out, to be fair, right? So he was a Labour loyalist
yeah.
that was forced out of the party. But this other lady, she was an MP, a Labour MP, and then in the UK system, once you're elected, you can just say, "Well, I'm independent. I'm not going to be part of that party." There's no
Yeah.
call for re-election if that happens. And then she joined Corbyn to form Your Party. But they had their first conference. Yeah, okay, so it's mentioned in the articles. Jeremy Corbyn and Sarah Sultana. And yeah, I mean, the Green Party's just destroyed this Your Party, which I think probably would have had a lot of success because there is a big void in that area of politics right now.
The Greens took over the kind of demographic that they were going for, kind of.
Yeah, very, very. It's kind of hard to identify because they're both screaming from the hilltops, "I'm more socialist than you." You know, this is really the identity they're going after. I mean, socialist is the most vague ism out there, in my opinion, for bad and for good. And I would say, actually, you know, for example, the Green Party said they would continue military support for Ukraine, right? Whether they actually would is something else, but at least putting, you know, saying this where Corbyn and Sultana. Yeah, exactly. They're to the right, actually, just about of Corbyn and Sultana. And she's explicitly said she does not believe in armed support for Ukraine. We need to start talking about dialogue, which really makes me question what her wage packet is from the Kremlin. So there's
real quick, Evie Joel in chat said should have been called Our Party.
I think it should be called Yesterday's Party at this point. It really, I just don't see it doing. If anything, but it really goes back to this fragmentation of the left issue. You know, these people should really be part of the same group that we're part of. And be listening to each other. And, you know, in the UK, and I do not think that centralist Democrats are generally that guilty of this, certainly not to the same extent that Starmer is. I've said this before, but Starmer really did kick out a lot of these people from the Labour Party and cause this division. So it's not just their fault that there's this polarization, but it's just kind of this, you know, process of blaming, oh no, it's you, or no, you know. Yeah, exactly. And he's just been on. It's an important podcast.
Yeah. Somebody linked this. I accidentally played it. But yeah.
The rest is politics. Actually, I really do like this podcast. So it's a center right, center left guy that leads this podcast usually. So for them to have
somebody linked this, they said that he likes Gary economics. So that's just funny as fuck.
Yeah,
I was going to say that he's a Gary economics fan before you showed this, and he turned out to be. Oh no.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. But it feeds in this simplistic narrative that like these really complex problems have really simple solutions. So he feeds he feeds into this, you know, the millionaires, billionaires are the problem type narrative. And it's just lack of honesty about the fact that the problem is incredibly complex. You know, you can cause. I mean, the wealth tax he's suggesting, I do not think will cause capital flight. But then it doesn't bring in enough revenue for it to really be that important either, right? And so he's faced with this sometimes. But the other thing that he's being faced with is just insult about his teeth and his ears and everything else, or the way he comes across, or they call him a weirdo, and it's really stupid because that's the kind of narrative that just gives him power. But he's reaching a limit. You know, there's a lot of very vocal supporters for the Green Party in the UK, which makes them think that they're really on the rise. But there's only a limited demographic that would actually vote for them, and so all they're going to do is fragment the left. And I call for.
You mentioned that earlier, that they've said that they will keep being in opposition even if.
They want to destroy the Labour Party. They have said to Your Party, we're willing to do a coalition with you. They've already been quite explicit with that. So,
by the way, did the Your Party, wasn't there like a scandal where Corbyn got there was some donation and like the other leader got the donations instead of Corbyn or something like that?
Yeah, or she's misused it or something. It does sound like Corbyn's being done over a little bit, but then at the same time, his faction of the party, I can't believe the party's so young and they're talking about factions within this party already. It's the most fractured party you ever get. And apparently there's a lot of bad mouthing from the two factions, and even Corbyn and Sultan have come together, and like there doesn't seem to be, at least to the public eye, that much conflict, but it's their own supporters in the party having conflict. And then Sultana actually boycotted the first conference, even though she's effectively one of the co-leaders, on the first day and stamping her little feet. And I'm just thinking, you come across as so divided already. I'm not happy it's happened in a way. As I mentioned before, but my father met Corbyn many times. He was friends with Tony Benn, who was the mentor of Corbyn, and I do think Corbyn is a well-intended individual. I don't think he's directly bought out by Russia, but I think his brain is vacant when it comes.
Acting in their interest or whatever.
I just think he's completely wrong at it. And I'm glad he's not leading the Labour Party, but I don't wish him any ill, you know. The same.
I think he's like a partisan loser that only like believes in party like before anything else.
I think he's
by party I mean like socialism, not Labour, but yeah.
Well, no, he would have. There was no sign he wanted to leave the Labour Party, right? And Starmer in the 2020 leadership campaign was quite nice. He called Corbyn his friend, and then afterwards backstabbed him and then kicked him out of the party. Now Corbyn wasn't hard enough on anti-Semitism in the party, but he was also not an anti-Semite himself. He never said anything along those lines. So I'm glad he wasn't Labour leader, but I don't think he should have been expelled from the party. So he didn't choose to not be part of the Labour Party. He was kicked out, and wrongly so, in my opinion, right? But that doesn't mean to say he's not an old school socialist. I mean, the Labour Party still is in theory. I mean, they got rid of the word socialism out of its title, but you know, I mean, on a good day or on a bad day, depending on how you look at it, I mean, I could call myself a socialist. But then it's underneath.
Oh.
No, but I mean, it depends which. There's been many factions. Yeah. Tony Blair still sometimes calls himself a socialist, you know, and it depends what you mean by that. So even at the beginning of the 20th century, like some leading socialists, it really started to fragment. You know, they said there's a lot of space for private ownership. You know, it wasn't entirely against capitalism anymore, or liberalism, it must be said. Whereas the staunchest, most extreme form of socialism, which I'd call Marxist socialism, it is inevitable you'll lose liberalism. To implement a system like that, you're going to have to force people into it. And
I mean, it's very like going back to like the socialist conversation from however many months ago, with Destiny like working with Accountable and Pisco and counterpoints and whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
I think kind of the takeaway from all that is that, you know, if you want to call yourself socialist, cool. But like the issue isn't necessarily with the socialism part, even though it kind of is like the authoritarianism is the part that
but the authoritarianism is only for these Marxist Leninist people and, you know, Marxist socialists.
Sure. Even what you're saying there, like the issue is when you're starting to force people to do whatever, and that's but socialist, like authoritarianism kind of thing. Like that's the big issue. You want to call yourself socialist, then yeah, depending on the definition, especially talking about more in Europe, it makes way more sense.
To be clear, I would never call myself a socialist, but I know other people might do so. And in some cases, depending on the form of socialism you want to look at, yeah, I mean, maybe I agree with 90% of the policies you might put forward as a socialist party in Europe. And that's what socialism had come to mean for a long time, and to the point at which someone like Tony Blair, who was really pro-market, right? Like markets can be a driver of a lot of good things, not every good thing, and that's why you need a balance of ownership models around your economy. You know, and I'm kind of in line with that. I'm probably to the left of Blair overall after seeing what Blairist policies did to the economy. I don't think it worked out. I think you probably need a little bit more state ownership, a little bit more cooperatives and other hybrid ownership models like the likes of economists like Ostrom was arguing for. So she was very much about polycentralism, like decentralizing some centers of power. So there's other conversations to be had there. And I also think socialism is an archaic term ultimately at this point. And so we need a new ism.
True.
But I just don't...
I think I should have said that Corbyn is like a campist, not like a... Because like he supports like the...
He's a Trotskyist.
From the Cold War.
I think, well, yeah, he's not even from the... He's like... He wants to pretend the Cold War never happened.
Didn't end.
Yeah, but exactly, but in a specific way. I mean... I don't know. Maybe he is a raving communist actually, but I certainly think he might consider himself a Trotskyist. He definitely feeds into this old school socialism mentality, and I don't really think he questions his ideals anymore. And he's not pragmatic at all. But nevertheless, I think he recognizes the importance of unity and working within part of a bigger group. And so even when he was Labour leader, I mean, he had Starmer in the shadow cabinet, right, who was not part of his side of the Labour Party. He did not try and divide the Labour Party himself while in power. People said that he was trying to do that, but when you look at the appointments, then he was clearly trying to build bridges with other parts of the party, which I respect him for. So if he recognizes that aspect of what it takes to actually implement policy, then then I don't on a political level in that regards, I don't have a problem with him. On a personal level, for sure not. But overall, I just think it's archaic. I think he's just stuck in the past, frankly. And that's one of his big problems. Yeah. But he's not the only problem on the left. It takes a number of sides to cause these fractions in the left. And I think it's happening all over Europe, and I think the US to some extent as well. I mean, maybe next time we can talk more about that. But it goes back to what
just a quick funny. We got Unidev in chat saying that he seems awfully soft on Corbyn. They're calling you a socialist right now. You're getting the accusations.
What was this?
Somebody in chat said you're awfully soft on Corbyn, and the other.
I mean, I don't know about soft on Corbyn. He's just not that he's not much of a threat or that relevant anymore. And some of the things he did as Labour leader was pretty good too. It's just I don't want to be polarizing myself. I just don't think it's worth it.
Of course.
And if he'd left the Labour Party, like Sultana, she left the Labour Party, this co-leader, I think it's terrible. I think she's part of the problem. I think Polanski saying no to any coalition with the Labour Party, I think he's a much bigger problem than Corbyn is. Corbyn was kicked out. He didn't have a choice. So I'm not going to blame him for something that he didn't have a choice over. I don't think they're the future of the left in the UK. I think their politics are stuck in the past.
Yeah, I think we got that.
So sure. I don't think there's much more to say about him, but no, I don't hate him, and I don't think he's a terrible, evil person, or has even had an evil influence on politics per se in the UK, maybe apart from the anti-Semitism thing. And on the Ukraine front, I mean, I should finish on that point with regards to him. He's awful. I'm just so happy he wasn't anywhere near even a shadow leader, let alone prime minister, with regards to Ukraine and supporting Ukraine militarily. Which ultimately leads to a greater likelihood of peace than if we just ignore it and let Russia steamroll over Ukraine. So, no, he's bad on lots of fronts, but there's worse people out there in politics right now. So,
I see. Yeah, makes sense to me.
Reason, what do you think about like the leaked budget the UK had? I think that was like a big scandal there.
I don't know about big scandal. I think it was. There is so much about that. I think it was actually a great budget. I was really happy. Yeah, we should have discussed the UK budget a little bit, but in a nutshell, so Reeves, the Chancellor of the UK, the Treasury Minister, or however you call it in the US, she's responsible for the budget, and the budget came out and was really, really pragmatic. So Labour had made these election promises of not to raise taxes. And so what she did was to freeze the boundaries for the tax rates, so that as inflation grows in the country, it means effectively taxes being implemented at a lower threshold. And so it is de facto increasing taxes, but not in a very explicit way, so she can deny it. It's an incredibly clever way of getting around these election promises. I think the Treasury, to answer your question, I think the Treasury itself probably leaked the budget. There's been arguments as to why it favors them. And clearly the budget had been changed just before it was released, like within a week beforehand, because it was a response to, I think it may have been the mansion tax. So they implemented this mansion tax. So people with homes over £2 million will now have to pay more tax towards their homes. And ultimately it's another increase in tax. And that's, I think, it's a compromise on wealth tax, because of course it's going to influence a similar demographic in terms of who you're taxing. And I ultimately agree with it. She didn't cut.
Chat says salary sacrifice for pension contributions capped at 2K is painful though. I don't know how that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's some of it's not ideal, but that's just reality. You know, I mean, government borrowing is costing a lot. The bond markets are jittery in the UK, which means you don't even have to borrow more. If the rates go up, then you're having to spend more on borrowing anyway as a government. And you know, we've reached this. It's kind of an arbitrary threshold, but this year is when debt to GDP ratio hit 100%. So for the UK, it's been kind of a big thing. I don't think of this ratio as all that important. I think it's about return on investment of borrowing. And I think she should, or the Labour Party should take more risks in the future with borrowing more to invest in big ticket projects that have a clear return on investment. Railways may be one of them, and also transportations of goods on railways should be a key focus. It's a very efficient way to move goods around your country, investments in the tech sector, skilling up the populace, stuff like this. It's just going to be a decent return on investment. So if you have to borrow to do it, then do it. But it's also about the communication with bond markets, and people don't like to admit to this. Polensky has spoken about this, and he's really against that. But as I say, the budget had something there for everyone, and it was an unideal budget for unideal times. And of course, then people are going to complain because no one wants to be taxed. But I thought it was pragmatic. It was clever. I was happy to see it. It wasn't too cautious. And if it was leaked, yeah, it may well have been the Treasury leaking these things
I was
themselves.
gonna say, you said that it was probably the Treasury leaking it. Why would they have done that?
Because they could
Like
have made
to get some
last
more
moment
support?
change. It's basically to get feedback, right? You leak the budget, see how it's going to respond, including the bond markets,
And then change it depending. Yeah.
and then
makes
maybe
sense.
you have like variations on a theme about how you edit it right at the last moment and say, well, you clearly got an older version, right? And there was evidence that there was some change. I think it was the mansion tax. Forgive me, I don't have it up right now, all the details of the budget, but there was something that was likely added a week before the budget was released.
Is the mansion tax like a land value tax, or is there a difference between the two?
I think that's a good question. Do we even have a land value tax in the UK? I mean, we have council tax, right? Which is based on the value of the land. And it wasn't when you bought the house, but it's based on the current value of your property, not on the value you paid for it. And so it is, I think it is effectively a land value tax. And so I don't think the UK has one at this point. So I think it's basically the introduction of that.
I was thinking, are property taxes land value taxes, or is there something because like there's this popular meme on the internet that the best kind of tax is the land value tax, and I was wondering if property taxes are the same thing or no.
I think it can be. I think it can be implemented that way. I mean, I'm curious. I mean, I guess it's including the land and the property in terms of the value, because there's not much land that's £2 million.
The idea of land value tax is that it's like an extra thing just for the amount of land. Like the property taxes include like, which like
the building.
Property tax includes a lot more than just land value.
Mm. Yeah. Although land value is most of the property value anyway. But
yeah, for sure.
The other thing that I had heard is that I don't think it cuts in as a percentage. I think already at 2 million you pay a fixed amount and then you have a percentage on top of that, because there were complaints that for someone with a £2 million house, they're paying a higher percentage than someone with a £10 million house. So I haven't looked into the details of that. If that's the case, it's not great, but by the time you already have a property at £2 million, by UK standards, that's even now is still quite a lot, depending on where you live. If you live in somewhere like Cambridge or Oxford or London, it's still a pretty nice house, but it's not. I mean, it's called a mansion tax, but I can imagine houses that are large houses that are bordering on mansions may also be included in this tax. But the issue is that some people are retired, so they actually don't have much, much reserves or a huge pension. Easy. And then they're going to have to
move.
And then they're going to have to down. Yes, yeah. And I mean, it isn't easy, but I think they probably should move, especially if they're living on their own in a big house.
I mean, that's always the meme of like, old people sitting in their giant houses that they shouldn't be in, when somebody else could be using that home and they could downsize. It's like, as sad as it can sometimes seem, like, whatever. Like,
Yeah,
I want to keep my home
so maybe Destiny likes this this
Oh, Destiny
policy.
would love that, yeah.
Yeah, no, because he actually brought it up on stream discussing like why are old people allowed to live in these massive houses when all the children
Yeah, he
leave and
hates
they
them.
just stay in the house. It's not hatred. It's but you know, maybe there
He
should be
hates old people,
I don't know.
as
I'm
you
not
all
gonna-
should.
I
Fuck old
don't
people.
hate. Sometimes old people can be really nice. I'm not going to judge all old people.
Well, yeah,
on
yeah.
being old.
Personally, they're nice, but
Um,
as a group,
Yeah, I mean they're better.
Destiny,
as a demographic, fuck them.
Destiny would like a vacancy tax as well.
Yeah, he
You know
is
what?
quite left wing.
Yes.
I mean, Destiny could be considered a socialist under some of the labels of socialism.
On housing, hell yeah.
No, but I mean,
You should tell him that. I'm sure he'll like that a lot.
I plan
Workers
to.
of the world unite on Destiny stream.
No, but
yeah.
Connor as well. I mean, some of his policy. I said this to him right on the
That is
debate. You know that he was a Democrat in Republicans' clothing, but I mean, a lot of Democrats, and especially who are being pragmatic and looking at the current context and things like income inequality. Connor was the one that brought that up, and I'm glad they are. And so we need you know politics for our time, and not just thinking, oh, well, ideally it wouldn't be like this. And that will lend towards some kind of socialist ideals. And I mentioned his name before. I mean, he's a dead guy, so he can't speak for himself. But this guy, Edward Bernstein, German politician from the beginning of the 20th century, he started basically what I would call moderate socialism, liberal socialism, that was much more pragmatic and included incorporating and working with the free market.
Real quick interruption. New filing on Destiny's docket. Docket 183, filed today. Sanctions. Ooh,
So that means you can't
shit.
talk about it anymore, or
Well, we don't know, because they both have sanctions against each other. Like, there's sanctions against Destiny right now for allegedly sharing part of the hearing transcript the hearing I went to on Food Shop Stream, and there's sanctions against Pixie's side for missing the deposition without notice.
yeah, last moment.
I mean,
Something going on
both-
here.
both of them were asking for sanctions, or both of them were ruled already to give sanctions?
Well, no, they were asking that hadn't
Okay.
been ruled on yet. So this could be either or both or everything or nothing. Or who the fuck knows?
I don't know if you
When
know,
does it
but
become available.
Not available yet.
I
What's up,
had
Peter?
I had 2 years of court cases. I was actually sued a few years back.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it was wonderful, I tell you. And the worst part was I was actually hit by a car,
Aw.
and was put in hospital. The fracture wasn't recognized, so I had problems with this, and yeah, and then she sued me for the damage to her car.
Oh, bro.
And then she just
That's
kept
nice.
increasing the amount, and my lawyer just wanted her to go ham and was really aggressive, and eventually led to a lot of costs for me. And well, I don't want to say I lost, because in the end I couldn't afford the court case that I needed at the end to actually see it through. And the judge said to me, "You're taking a real risk having this case, and it's going to cost you a few €1,000s more to have the case, like heard in court." And I gave up at the end because it was just not looking good.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah, that wasn't very much fun. And I was actually going to celebrate. I'd got a really good grade for my that was for my bachelor thesis. It's in a
Nice.
really good mood, and then getting slammed in the side by a car and taking off for a quick flight. But the court cases were horrible, and all the legal wranglings and all the documentation and German bureaucracy, and just getting letters. I still to this day, when I get official letters in the letterbox, it's like, oh god, not another thing
Yeah,
like this.
yeah.
So I can
We
imagine.
got in my chat a very true thing, I believe. Drug Flood says, Reserve was sued for hitting me in the face. Don't believe his lies. So,
That's what
just
she
saying
was
that.
saying,
Also-
you know.
True. Also, Kafka, we got an update. It's a motion for sanctions, not an order. So they're just asking for more of this apparent. Oh shit, he's sending it to me soon. Oh my, he got it. He's downloading it, sending it.
Do you guys in Britain or Germany, when you apply to a job, do they ask for like a proof of being sued or something?
Well, no, just your criminal record. Yes, because I work for the state officially, right? So I'm a researcher and teacher at a university, and actually I still need to give them the document. I'm just waiting for them to say that. It's actually in my office. It's in my office, this document, and they're kind of relaxed about it. But yeah, you are meant to give him these documents to show that you're not a raging criminal. But it won't mention like the case, like this is just completely civil, right? So it's only criminal cases that they care about. But yeah, and the same in the UK.
Yeah,
So
here to start a new job, you have to give like proof of, I don't know how to say it, of criminal. Yeah, if you have
Of good
criminal
record or whatever.
history. Yeah, and also like a medical standing, something that like you're.
yeah, that's
if
another
you're
thing.
guilty or
I
not.
meant to do some tests at a doctor's, but it seemed kind of voluntary. And so I haven't done that yet either. So yeah. So you're reminding me. Great,
Okay.
thank you for this. You're reminding me of all this bureaucracy I'm meant to be doing.
I've received.
Oh, we're gonna read this
the
on the stream. Go for it,
document.
then.
I mean, if you're fine with that, I mean, this is breaking news.
I
It's
suppose.
breaking, gotta read it.
I mean, it's American
Can
news,
I-
right? So.
Can I give
true,
a quick
yeah.
shout out to the protest in Bulgaria today?
Oh, brilliant! No, please, yeah.
I posted like a photo of on it of the people gathering in the
Maybe put
square.
in the Discord
Okay,
and
nice.
in Zip's Discord, then you can
Yeah,
pop it
in
up.
Yeah, I'll show it.
content suggestions.
Wait.
Because this is actually really important European news, and I do want to talk about also Balkan states, also Romania, and this is also critical for. That's not a picture of a protest. That's
the Reddit one is it's like a picture.
Okay, opening the documents and the exhibits. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh shit. Defendant Stephen K. Bunnell's motion for sanctions. Ooh shit. Oh, Destiny with some sanctions. What does he want? Oh boy.
I'm just a shout out to Seth in my Twitch chat. Actually, I didn't see his message
Hell yeah.
before. Saying I should stream on Kick too. Yeah, if you pay for the upgrade to my internet, German internet's in the 90s still. It's pretty low bandwidth. So.
Oh yeah. Real quick, DRT, you wanted to show the protest thing?
Yeah.
It's a protest, yo.
So
nice. Sheesh.
This is like the parliament and the council of ministers and the presidency is all here, and like 20,000 or I think 50,000 people gathered at least. It's like even though it's really cold today, and basically they're protesting about the new budget, kind of relevant with the UK stuff as well. But lots of corruption, lots of, like one of the main people being protested, part of the government, is sanctioned by the US under Magnitsky protocol, but he's like the second or most powerful person in the current government. And lots of like infrastructure corruption, public offering, public funds being stolen.
Now I want to talk to you about Bulgarian corruption. Actually, we can have a stream talking about this.
Maybe next time, because we
have
next
time. Yeah, exactly.
It's
a whole topic, and it's a really interesting one that people should know about. It's an important bridge country between Europe and Turkey, right? And it's also had the biggest flight of population in the world. I think it still does from Bulgaria. It's a country I hope for, but sometimes my hopes are dashed. But
it's fine.
Okay.
Let's get into the news.
Yeah, let's get into the court memes. If you guys want to hang
exactly.
out,
let's check it out.
You can. I know. Reason, I think you were trying to end kind of earlier, but
no, this is breaking news. This is critical American
breaking news again.
I want to see the drama. Come on.
You want to see the drama? Okay. I'll just be reading pretty much. So let's see what we got. Defendant Stephen K. Bunnell's motion for sanctions pursuant to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure, or 11. P11? Procedure 11, maybe.
Do you think Twitch is going to be pissed off that I'm streaming on Twitch about Destiny?
Nah.
No.
As long as he doesn't join. Part 1. Introduction. In her October 3rd, 2025 opposition to defendant's pending motion to dismiss, and for the sole purpose of causing harm to defendant Stephen K. Vanell II, plaintiff falsely asserted that he exchanged sexually explicit material with a minor. Specifically, plaintiff claimed to have identified Rose as redacted, the purported recipient of the video Vanell allegedly transmitted in April 2022. Based on plaintiff's reported investigation, she alleged that Miss Redacted was a minor at the time she supposedly received the video, and falsely concluded that Vanell had exchanged sexually explicit material with someone who was under 18. Not only is plaintiff's allegation knowingly and demonstrably false, but also the age of the purported recipient of the video is irrelevant to plaintiff's claim. It has no bearing whatsoever on whether this court has subject matter jurisdiction here. Holy shit.
She got counter
Okay.
mods. Counter mods.
This is some shit. So this is true. They're gonna get into it, but the age of whoever Destiny sent Pixie's video to has nothing to do with the claim, has nothing to do with this case. They just threw that in because for the memes. Pretty fucked up, especially now that they're wrong. Let's see. As an initial matter, plaintiff and her counsel have been on notice of the falsity of their allegations since at least October 23rd, 2025, the date of Miss Redacted's deposition. At the deposition, Miss Redacted testified that Rather, Miss Redacted testified that
Maybe we can work out how what the sentences could be. Well, there's that game called
how
Redacted,
can I work
right?
out what that would be? I have no idea what any of this could be. What would I know?
I think it's
Maybe-
that
Go ahead.
she wasn't the one talking to Destiny, so he
Oh, that
wasn't
must be it.
exchanging with her.
I mean, it's
must be
complete
it. Makes sense to me.
speculation, not to mention probably
yeah.
false. So.
Okay, so that's a good speculation, DRT.
I am not speculating. Put me in the document.
Okay, buddy.
Next
you
time.
don't
I'm
want to.
speculating. It's
They'll
speculation, so-
they'll fucking go to the Hague for you too. Okay, they can do it for Melina. They can do it for you.
They can try.
Bonnell did not share any sexually explicit material with Miss Redacted or any other minor. In light of this testimony, Bonnell demanded that plaintiff file a notice of errata and corrected opposition without the false and defamatory allegation included therein. Despite this demand, plaintiff and her counsel have failed and or refused to do so, in violation of their obligations under Rule 11. The court should impose appropriate sanctions. Ooh, shit.
Maybe we should check out what Rule 11 is.
I'll look at that. I'm sure they're going to get into it, but we'll look at it once it comes up, because they'll talk about what stuff is necessary under Rule 11. Let's see. Part 2, factual background. September 19th, 2025, Bonnell filed a motion to dismiss the operative complaint on the grounds that the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction over this dispute because the date of the alleged transmission of the video preceded the effective date of the federal statute, which forms the basis of plaintiff's claims. On October 3rd, plaintiff filed an opposition to the motion. The opposition. In the opposition, plaintiff falsely asserted that Bonnell exchanged sexually explicit material with a minor. Specifically, in a wholly irrelevant footnote, plaintiff falsely stated, after finally ascertaining Rose's legal identity, plaintiff has obtained evidence that Rose's date of birth is October 30th, 2004. Thus, when Bonnell was exchanging pornographic content with Rose between March of 2022 and until October 30th, 2022, Rose was a minor. To support her baseless claim, plaintiff identified Redacted as the individual referred to in her pleadings as Rose. And to demonstrate that Miss Redacted was a minor at the time of the events alleged, plaintiff filed a copy of Miss Redacted's official certification of Department of Motor Vehicles driving record as Exhibit B to the opposition. On October 23rd, 2025, plaintiff deposed Miss Redacted in Rockford, Illinois. At her deposition, Miss Redacted testified that, question, answer.
So 2 questions and 2 answers.
I wonder what this could be. What do you guys think the question and answers would be, since I have no idea what this could be?
Was this redacted by Destiny's lawyer or by the court?
Yes.
What do you think?
Redacted by Destiny's lawyers.
Okay.
Would have to be.
It'd be some kind of question about, did you share this video with blah blah blah, who said blah blah, or maybe it's a question. Wait a minute, maybe it's about how they verified their age, because Destiny gave the impression that that Rose had lied about her age with forged documents.
I don't know if that's the case.
Do you know what it
But-
could be?
But I don't know if it's the
They
case.
could-
Ultimately, the answers are pretty short, so it's either yes or no.
Yeah.
In fact,
the
they both
questions-
they look like 3 letters, so I'd say the answer's probably both yes.
I think it's both no. So I think they
Okay.
asked her, have you ever shared sexual material with Stephen Bonnell? No. Are you sure? Yes, or something like that.
Could be. Very well could be. And this is from Brothers Decoration, dated December 1st, Exhibit A. So this is from Exhibit A. Maybe we'll... What is Exhibit A? So this is Declaration. We'll read this after. And Exhibit A is... Ooh, shit. Exhibit A. The video recorded deposition of redacted calls of the witness taken under oath. Oh my god, guys. We got a whole ass transcript of this deposition. Isn't this crazy, guys? Holy shit. Massive.
I don't even know what
That's
language
crazy,
memes
this
in
is.
chat.
here.
It's in Morse code, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Guys who knows Morse code. Oh shit.
Oh, so these are questions
Is it
and
really just the
answers,
whole
right?
thing? Wow.
The numbers,
that's big.
Mason. The
This
numbers.
is big, you guys. That's massive.
Such a waste of
I'm
course.
sure those and it's as funny as it may seem, this will probably never get unredacted unless they have to bring it up in another filing or something. So, secret memes that we'll never know.
I mean, the nonsense that these people have to go through, and the stress for everybody concerned.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Pixie regrets
Shit,
this.
we got more.
She must regret it by now. The thing is, once the ball is rolling, she can't stop it, right?
You would hope so, but yeah, she can't stop it. I don't think she regrets it at all.
Do you
Still
think?
in it.
We have, yeah, but
She still memes on Twitter about it, so yeah, no.
yeah, but what's she meant to do? Like, if she stops memeing about it, it's just a sign of
She could
defeat.
settle the case. Be done.
Yeah, but maybe.
She could, end the case, settle, or retract, do some kind of settlement like, oh, I'll admit that I lied about this, and this, and then be done with the case. And that's
Yeah,
it.
but at
It'd
this
be
point,
over,
like,
but-
I suspect there is. Why would Destiny settle, right? He wouldn't want to settle.
Well, if he got
just-
like he has every reason to settle. If what she did was, hey, as part of the settlement agreement, you have to admit that you lied about this, and this, completely retract all these statements.
Well, is that
and,
exactly? She,
make a public statement.
I mean, she.
Hey, Kafka.
Holy shit,
So-
Kafka Esquire.
Yeah, real quick, just to comment on this specific point. She can file a non-suit at any time and end the case without even really asking. Like, she should consult with Stephen and his counsel first, but she's the plaintiff, so she has the
Yeah.
ability to dismiss her own case without a settlement, without anything.
Yeah,
She
even
could
without a
just say,
settlement,
"Okay, I'm
yeah.
done." Yeah, you're right that like Destiny could try to get settlement, but right now the sanctions would need to be resolved. But they wouldn't necessarily keep the case alive in any way that would like prevent her from like ending it once the sanctions are resolved. Because Destiny
Whenever she
hasn't
wanted
filed
to.
any counterclaims. So since there's no counterclaims, that means that she has the ability to end the case if she wants to. So yeah, she is stuck in a sense where like she built all this up and now she kind of has societal pressure to keep it going. But
Mhm.
like
Well, yeah.
there is nothing legally binding her to this case other than potentially the resolution
Yeah.
of these sanctions.
Yeah, and I
There's
mean,
nothing like that keeps her in it except for like kind of ego that she would have to admit
Yeah.
that she lied about everything if she were to end the case.
there's the other
Tough.
side. There's the other side of it, right? That if I mean, what about this issue of counterclaims? So, like, if she dropped it now, there's no risk of counterclaims, or can they still be in the aft kind of brought in?
So Destiny would have the option to bring whatever claims he thinks are appropriate at any time, whether during or after the case. The counterclaims are specifically just like if someone sues you in your answer to them, you can counterclaim and bring any claims that you want to against them. Destiny's chosen not to do that in this case. He didn't do it in his answer, and technically there's ways he could start them if he wanted to, but like
Yeah, if you want.
it's really not a feasible. It's not likely that he would or would
Okay.
want to. The better thing to do would be to resolve this and then assess what he wants to do going forward from there. Because if he did counterclaim and she came to him and said, "I want to end it," if he wanted it to be over at that point, he would basically have to start those counterclaims over, right? If he didn't, if he said if he had counterclaims in here, but he wanted her claims to go away, but to keep his claims, you can do that. It's a little bit of a awkward process,
Mm-hmm.
and I just don't think there's a lot that Destiny wants out of Pixie.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a risk.
this
Right?
moment.
I mean, it's also a risk because if he loses those counterclaims, it also makes him look guilty and or just looks bad on him.
Yeah.
So like, why risk losing
Yeah.
something? That
Especially whenever this whole process, he can get everything he needs to formulate a claim, and right. So like no matter what happens here, no matter how it ends, he's going to have way more information about all of the claims, about what's happened to him. And then at that point, he can decide if he wants to bring a claim. If he
Mhm.
did a counterclaim at the beginning, he doesn't have as much information. He can't make as good of a claim then. And he also might make claims that make him look bad or just aren't really worth his money or time to do.
Yeah.
And so here he's kind of saying, well, you all started the process. I'm going to make you bear some of the fees of initiating it and things like that. I'm going to get what I can, obviously not cheaply, but then at that point he can make it the best decision. And, I mean, it's still to be determined whether or not he would even, I don't know if I don't know if recently he has, but I haven't heard him talk about his plans after the lawsuit with any kind of
I
litigation.
had heard some
like that.
hesitation.
He's
about
brought
it.
up before countersuing,
Okay.
but I think he said
He's-
that he's not really sure about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
he
last
said-
I heard.
He said he had one more lawsuit in him, so I would put some odds that there will be some memes from him.
I mean, it's not a question of whether he should; it's a question of whether he can win that counterclaim, right? In the end, I mean, clearly he should. I think. I mean, the is a level of slander that's pretty toxic that she's committed, in my opinion. But proving that beyond reasonable doubt, is harder, than in a sense than defending himself in this case. Now, it does seem like she's.
Funny you say that
lost cause,
because I think it could be it would depend on the elements of defamation that you would need to prove, but depending on I think there could be a good case of defamation if that's what you're doing, or slander or something.
Yeah.
Whether or not he has a case, I'm not going to opine on that, but I will say that him getting a kind of mini defamation claim here through these sanctions is pretty, that's something. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
And
they ruled on at some point, surely, right?
Right.
So,
And I mean, here's the deal. If let's say the judge says, actually, yeah, this is fucked up, and they should have to, and they should retract it. Even if he doesn't grant monetary sanctions, but the judge says, you need to retract this, you violated the law. In the future, if anyone says this happened, just need to say, oh, really? Because the last time someone said that in a courtroom, the judge told him to take it back and sanctioned them. So you tell me if you think it's true or not, right? It's not necessarily a defamation case win, but it certainly is showing, hey, the force of the law, at least is behind me so far, whenever anybody's tried to really bring this against me.
Does this sanctions play into like the possibility that it gets dismissed before the new year?
Not as far as like the motion to dismiss that he filed. They mentioned it in the motion that there is a form of sanctions that is the dismissal of the case, and they're saying, hey, if you want to, judge, you can. Would the judge do it in here? I think it's unlikely. However, I do think that Destiny's counsel makes a really strong argument in here saying, look, the only reason they included that before, even if they didn't know that Rose wasn't involved, even if they didn't know that,
it's irrelevant to the case.
Yeah, it's irrelevant, and the only reason they put it here is to harm his character, which is super inappropriate, just very, very inappropriate, and that might offend the judge enough that they do bounce it. I think it's unlikely. I think it's more likely that we see a forced retraction, as well as possibly, attorney's fees for filing this motion, and maybe a little more. I wouldn't stretch further. But remember, we also have the other request for sanctions going on, and so I think looking at it all together, whenever the judge gets back, probably late January, and actually decides to read this stuff. I think there's a high chance that we're going to see some favorable outcomes for Destiny.
I think so too.
I don't
Speaking
see
of
whether
what else is said in the thing, we should keep moving. But what do you have reason?
No, I was just saying I don't see how this case even has any momentum at this point. I just don't. I mean, maybe there's something we're not seeing.
For sure.
And I guess also
no motion.
If this goes through, it would be better to see if this goes through first, and then you can make a counterclaim if this goes through, right? Because then you've got that as strong evidence, so you don't have to prove this. The irrelevance of this case. If it's irrelevant to this case, it must show that she has falsely represented evidence, right? And must have done so knowingly.
Yeah, but I don't think she can get sued for something she says in court. Like it has to be like on her
True,
social
kind of.
media she has to
Yeah,
say.
it would be the stuff besides the court stuff.
Okay,
But he
so
said enough egregious stuff outside that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think she can be sued for what she files in court.
okay,
That's
what
like
that's
for
what the
defamation.
sanctions are for, right?
Yeah.
That's like the proper route for that is sanctions, not
Not
defamation.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Kafka? What about
yeah.
others that are kind of bringing up paedophile and all this stuff and saying there's this case that's based around it, which is completely nonsensical and not true.
That's harder because they have less knowledge and they and you would have to prove actual malice because Destiny's a public figure, which is in theory true, but you would have to
However,
they know it's a lie. So
actual malice, whenever it comes to proving actual malice, if you're alleging sexually transmitted disease, pedophilia, things like that, it's actually easier to reach the malice standard than otherwise. Doesn't mean it's not hard. It's easier to do so, and I think it's the question would really be there's a difference between people making those statements after this point in time where Destiny's making it a public record that he did not send it. He has real evidence that would need to be overcome for people to say that without being defamatory versus saying it before this. Before now, there really wasn't any way to know if he did or didn't, and that would make it pretty hard. But if people from this point forward say that he specifically did do this, Now, and then also remember Solo Tiny Leaks, which I believe some people have his information, now provably committed a felony by transmitting child pornography to Destiny, and he did so knowingly. So that guy should probably go and get a lawyer. I don't know all the evidence. It might not be true, but it sure seems like he was control of Rose's account, sent sexual videos of Rose when she was a minor, knowing she was a minor because he was her boyfriend at one point, so he should know her age, through the internet to somebody else, which is a felony federally. So that might not have happened, but I sure haven't seen any evidence to the contrary.
Yep.
So,
Kafka,
that's something to keep in mind.
What do you think is the chance we hear part of or the redacted deposition stuff with Rose? Are we ever
with
gonna see
Rose,
that?
pretty low. I don't see
like 6-7%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd put it under 10%. I mean, I don't know why anybody would release that. It's probably incredibly personal for Rose, and she doesn't deserve to have. I mean, it's bad enough they're saying what city she lives in, but I mean,
we don't actually live there. That's where the deposition was. So
true. I mean, it's bad
about-
enough that that plaintiff released her information out like that. That was incredibly, I don't know, invasive.
Is there a legal basis? Is there a basis for Rose to actually sue Pixie in this case?
I'm really not sure when it comes to doxing. Doxing kind of a gray area and difficult. Yeah, I really can't speak to that. I mean, I think it's morally reprehensible for sure.
I would put the chance we get to know more about the deposition a bit higher than usual, just because the other side is so incompetent. They might try to
accidentally reveal it.
Release some of it or use part of it as an argument and quote something from it. I don't know.
I wouldn't put it past them, but I think
maybe it's my character, but do you not find it a bit disconcerting just how incompetent her legal team seem to be? It's almost as if they're kind of acting it up in some way, or trying to get Destiny's team to lower their guard. I don't know. They just seem incredibly incompetent. Like their writing style and they've got typos and such like in their documents, right?
Yeah, it's real bad. If you've seen any of my coverage of these court documents, it's embarrassing how they fucking follow this shit. But yeah, what are you gonna do? As for
Is the rest
sanctions,
of this
we'll see if they get
redacted
'em.
as well? Or
no, we'll see. So let's keep reading. October
I gotta get
23rd,
back to
testified
it.
at
Have
this.
fun.
All right, bye, Kafka.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on.
QA, we don't know what it is. And then we have some more stuff from Blaze Declaration. QA. Miss Blank also testified that redacted. Question. Answer. Question. Answer. Further, Ms. Redacted testified that redacted. Miss Redacted also testified that redacted. Boom, boom, boom. Bunnell did not share any, quote, pornographic content with Miss Redacted or any other minor. Plaintiff and her attorneys know this now. On October 30th, 2025, counsel for Bunnell sent a letter to plaintiff's counsel demanding that plaintiff file a notice of errata, corrected pleading, to retract plaintiff's knowingly false allegation in her opposition. To date, plaintiff's counsel has not provided a substantive response to the letter, nor have they taken the corrective action requested.
I think the sentence that he hasn't shared anything with Miss Redacted is like proof that the deposition in the depositions she said that
Yeah,
she
it was
wasn't
clear
in control of
that
that
she didn't
account.
Yeah, that was in the previous filing. We know that Miss Redacted, as she's called here, said that it was her ex-boyfriend that was communicating with Destiny. We now know
Yeah.
that from this that it was at no time was she in communication with Destiny, which was kind of up in the air from the last one. But now we know Destiny did not ever share anything with Miss Redacted. The Rose, who we now know Rose was not her. Now we know. Part 3, argument. Rule 11 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure provides, in pertinent part, Part B, by presenting to the court a pleading, written motion, or other paper, whether by signing, filing, submitting, or later advocating it, an attorney certifies that to the best of the person's knowledge, information, and belief, 1. It is not being presented for any improper purpose, such as to harass. 2. The claims, defenses, and other legal contentions are warranted by existing law or by a non-frivolous argument. And 3. The factual contentions have evidentiary support. Critically,
So
Rule 11 imposes a
what's
continuing
the,
duty to ensure
the legal meaning of non-frivolous in this case?
It's a great question. Frivolous has a particular definition. Let's see what frivolous legal definition, but basically kind of what you would expect. That it's not really frivolous claim, always called a bad faith claim for civil loss or motion or appeal that is not to harass, delay, or embarrassing opposition. Clearly insufficient. Answer plea is called frivolous when it's clearly insufficient on its face, does not controvert the material points. So basically, it's not really saying anything. It's just superfluous, basically.
Yeah, but that's frivolous. But non-frivolous then would be the opposite, right?
Non-frivolous, just not that. So
yeah.
So it has a purpose,
Yeah.
has a good evidence, has sure thing. Critically, Rule 11 imposes a continuing duty to ensure the accuracy of representations made to the court to correct them once found false. See Atwood v. Singletary. Holding Rule 11 requires litigants, quote, to make reasonable inquiries into the veracity of information filed before the court and to advise the court of any changes. Turner v. Sungard Busing Systems, Inc., noting the continuing nature of Rule 11, which includes a duty to withdraw or correct positions after learning that they cease to have any merit. Battles v. City of Fort Myers. Rule 11 emphasizes an attorney's continuing obligation to make inquiries, and thus the rule allows sanctions when an attorney continues insisting upon a position after it is no longer tenable. Menthol v. Florida Panthers. Hockey Club. That's an interesting case.
I mean, we get the idea.
Continue the dependency of litigation. Indeed, if evidentiary support is not obtained after a reasonable opportunity for further investigation or discovery, the party has a duty under the rule not to persist with that contention. There's much case law citing that Rule 11, you have to correct shit if it's wrong.
Yeah, in other words.
Rule 11C. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, and exactly. I mean, they're just emphasizing the precedent of if something becomes clearly wrong, then you have to correct that. Or it's not even wrong. It's irrelevant to the case as well. I mean, it's two aspects. There's one being wrong, is one being relevant, and it seems to fail on both counts, right?
True. Very, very true. Under Rule 11C, monetary and non-monetary sanctions authorized under the court's inherent powers include the striking of frivolous pleadings or defenses, disciplining lawyers, punishing for contempt, assessment of attorney's fees, and outright dismissal of a lawsuit. Allopatia Service Inc., Exxon Corp., collecting cases. Indeed, courts in the circuit ruling on Rule 11 motions have the discretion to impose, and regularly do impose, severe sanctions, including but not limited to dismissing an action, striking arguments and motions, and requiring the party to pay reasonable attorney's fees and litigation expenses resulting from bringing the motion for sanctions and any supplemental briefing. So basically, this is kind of what Kath was bringing up, is that in theory, for this sort of a sanctions claim, the judge could in theory just strike the whole case, dismiss the whole case. Probably won't happen. Probably it'll be some attorney's fees and disciplining, but who knows? Also, I hear typing. Reason Rift, is that you typing?
Yeah, someone was writing in my chat that they couldn't see
Yeah,
anything on my Twitch chat, my Twitch channel. I've had this before. The stream's not working on there. But
okay.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Peer v. Lewis, Rule 11, provides for a range of penalties, including payment by the offending attorney of part or all of the reasonable attorney's fees and other expenses directly resulting from the violation. Here, plaintiff's false allegation that Bunnell exchanged pornographic material with a minor was included for an improper purpose, namely, to publicly humiliate and harass Bunnell and sway the court's opinion of him. Critically, the age's purported recipient of the video had no bearing whatsoever on plaintiff's claims in this action, nor does it have any bearing on whether the court has subject matter jurisdiction in this case, which is the threshold issue sub judice. Moreover, plaintiff and her lawyer have been on notice of the falsity of their allegations since at least October 23, 2025, yet they have failed and or refused to correct their knowingly false and unsupported contention in the opposition. Plaintiff and her counsel's refusal to correct this egregious and intentionally inflammatory misstatement warrants Rule 11 sanctions. So the saying here is this part: the age of whatever person received the video of Pixie from Destiny has nothing to do with the case.
Well,
Whether
it
if
would.
it's a
I think
minor,
it would.
if it's an adult, it has no bearing on it.
I think
So the only reason to bring it was to harass.
I think the argument. I mean, I'm still manning their argument, and basically what Pixie was trying to go for would be that he knowingly he knew that she was underage if she was underage, but it doesn't matter a priori that if she was underage. It's a matter of whether you knew it at the time within reasonable doubt, right? So I think if someone provides fake documentation and such like, there's a critical threshold at which you just couldn't know because the lies in the documentation, the driver's license, for example, being provided was
Also,
understandable that we wouldn't necessarily.
I don't know if we know that there was a driver's license, but the bigger thing is now that we know that it wasn't Rose or the misredacted, it wasn't her at all talking to Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
That it's obvious that this was a person trying to deceive Destiny, therefore he couldn't have known.
Yeah, exactly. So the age is irrelevant at this point because he was at the very least deceived anyway.
Even if he did know or if he didn't know, it still is relevant. It has nothing to do with whether the court has subject matter jurisdiction. Because even if she was, in theory, if she was 12, okay, and he sent it to her, if he still did it before the statute, it still has nothing to do with the case. Because
I guess the younger she,
and that's what it was filed in.
No, but I mean, it's still about his character, right? So I guess if she was 12, it would be really hard to argue that she could get away with lying that she was 18, right? But if you're a bit older and then, which is,
but it still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with the case, which is whether Destiny sent
but
the video of Pixie to another person.
You could argue relevance in terms of kind of drawing up his a character that's sexually promiscuous in a way that's illegal, right? That he doesn't take consideration of one's rights, right? But it doesn't in this case it wouldn't even show it, even if she was 17, 16 possibly, right? Because even in this case there's a good evidence that she completely
lied.
The
point of the case that we're at and where they said this was in the response to the motion to dismiss. For the motion to dismiss, what they are supposed to show is that there is subject matter jurisdiction to hear the case. Importantly, whether Destiny sent the video of Pixie to anyone after the date of the statute, which is like October 2022. They weren't able to show that. Instead, what they did is, oh, by the way, she was a minor, which is completely irrelevant, has nothing to do with the actual motion being filed.
Yeah. They're not.
In theory, it could have to do with character, but even still,
yes, that's what I'm referring to. But clearly, there's no way they could even argue that, and so her age is irrelevant at this point, because it seems like he's being sent stuff rather than requesting it anyway, and that it's quite plausible as to what that she was of legal age. So, not quite plausible,
not
but
actually
plausible.
Doing like a legal strategy, they're like posting the latest Kiwi Farm.
Yeah, they're just throwing stuff to see what sticks, right? But
and
by doing so, they're devaluing their own what they have to say, because it's kind of clear that they're doing that. I just don't understand how a legal team can be so poor in this regard.
They're just bad.
I mean, they're wasting everyone's time. Surely wasting court's time is illegal in some way. No, I guess you just waste a court's time. I mean, Trump does it all the time. So.
Unless it's a fully frivolous suit, not exactly. It's very hard for that to be the case. But yeah. Okay, let's finish this one and see about the exhibits. Part 4, conclusion. For the reasons stated herein, Bono respectfully requests that the court sanction plaintiff and her counsel jointly and severally, I guess, pursuant to Rule 11, including but not limited to 1. Awarding monetary sanctions to be paid into the registry of the court. 2. Striking footnote 2 of the opposition. 3. Awarding Bonnell his attorney's fees and costs in preparing the instant motion and supporting documents. And 4. Awarding any further relief this court deems just and proper.
Ouch.
Submitted by them. So they're asking for the very simple things.
Yeah.
Monetary
It's
sanctions to the
understandable.
court, meaning do a bunch of shit. Get rid of that footnote in the opposition because the court, as they said earlier, can just strike parts of the documents and that could just be done. Giving attorneys fees for writing this and whatever else they want, which, as I mentioned before, it could go up to dismissing the lawsuit, punishment for contempt, disciplining lawyers, etc., etc. What a Chad. What they want. Let's see what we've got in the supporting documents. So this is the declaration of Andrew B. Bretler. I, Andrew B. Bretler, declare attorney admitted to practice pro hac vice in the above captioned action, partner, yada yada. Submit this declaration in support of the motion for sanctions. Attached as Exhibit A is true and correct copy of excerpts of the transcript of deposition of redacted. October 30th, 2025, I sent a letter to plaintiff's counsel demanding that plaintiff file a notice of errata, corrected pleading, to retract plaintiff's knowingly false allegation contained in her opposition. Today, I've received no response. True and correct copy of my October 30th letter to plaintiff's counsel is attached hereto as Exhibit B. November 7th, 2025, served a copy of this motion for sanctions and supporting documents on plaintiff's counsel by email. True and correct copy of that email is enclosing the motion papers attached hereto as Exhibit C. 21-day safe harbor period expires on December 1st, 2025. Declaring the penalty of perjury for going is true and correct.
So what's this safe
boy.
harbor period? Is this like the
I was gonna
basically
say,
your
is
time in
that-
which you've got to
yeah.
respond?
I
Or
assume. For them to respond.
it sounds like such a nice description of basically a notice of you have to give it in by this date. But
safe harbor. Safe harbor provisions. So basically, it's just you have to give the other party enough time to know about it. Basically, is what it is. Safe harbor period. Yeah, that's basically just what it is. I'm too crazy. Okay, let's see. So Exhibit A, as we saw, whole bunch of redactions. There's literally nothing in here
Morse
for
code,
us to read. Morse code. Exhibit B. This is the email describing this to Joan S. Peters, Esquire, the woman herself. Let's see. Is it just one? Just one email. Okay.
What
let's
does
see.
Esquire mean?
Lawyer. Okay. Read Doby Manel case. Dear Joan and Carlos, reference is made to plaintiff's opposition to Mr. Bonnell's motion to dismiss for lack of subject matter jurisdiction dated October 3rd, 2025. Specifically, in a gratuitous and wholly irrelevant footnote in that opposition, plaintiff falsely concluded Bonnell was exchanging pornographic contents with Rose between March of 2022 and until October 30th, 2022. Rose was a minor. We demand that you file a notice of errata and a corrected brief to omit this knowingly false statement from the opposition. Failure to do so promptly will expose plaintiff and or her counsel to Rule 11 sanctions. Plaintiff previously identified redacted as the individual referred to in her pleadings as Rose. October 23rd, 2025, plaintiff deposed Miss Redacted in Rockford, Illinois. At her deposition, Redacted testified that redacted. She further testified that redacted more. Accordingly, Mr. Bonnell did not share any pornographic content with Miss Redacted or any other minor. Plaintiff and her counsel are now aware of this reality and are obligated to correct their October 3rd filing. See Federal Rules of Procedure 11, the same shit they put in the fucking filing. 11 proposes continuing duty to ensure the accuracy of representations made and to correct them once found false. Should you fail and or refuse to correct your intentionally inflammatory and knowingly false pleading, you and your client will be subject to appropriate sanctions. Please advise by close of business on Friday, October 31st, 2025, whether plaintiff wishes to avoid a Rule 11 motion and file a notice of errata and corrected pleading. Thank you. The interim, we must reserve all our clients' rights and remedies. So this was October 30th. They sent this. They said, hey, by tomorrow, tell us if you want to do it, or we're going to do a Rule 11 motion.
Mm-hmm.
And we are a month after that. So they gave him plenty of time. That Exhibit C, another email. This is just one email as well. Oh, 1009, 1227. Okay, we got this. This is from Joan Peters to Andrew.
Ooh.
Yo.
Oh my God, who is this?
We've summoned
Wow,
him.
what's
It's Destiny. What's up,
How's
dude?
life?
We're just looking through this new court documents that came out.
Yeah, the final emails as exhibits. It's a pretty good motion.
Cool.
All right, keep reading. Andrew, we respond to your letter sometime next week after we've received and reviewed the deposition transcript of Redacted. Regards, Joan. The interviewer replied, Dear Counsel, please see the attached correspondence, and it's 11 sanctions, and basically the motion at issue. Then Andrew responds, Dear Counsel, please see the attached motion for sanctions that we are hereby serving upon you by this email. Please note we will promptly file this motion, the appropriate actions upon the expiration of the safe harbor period, unless plaintiff first files an appropriate notice of errata and corrected pleading. The interim, all our clients' rights and remedies are reserved. So they're saying, hey, we're going to do this December 1st. This is when we're going to do this. We're going to give you plenty of time. If you want to file the notice of errata, correct your pleading, you can just file it again, correct it, and they'll get rid of the old one. They haven't done so. So now here's the motion. What do you know?
But that just means they're incompetent. I mean,
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait,
Pretty
what?
much, yeah.
I think they're malicious, not incompetent.
Yeah, wait, why would you assume incompetence?
Well, both.
I mean, exactly. They could be malicious by acting incompetently, right? So, I mean,
No, you'll see. It's malicious. There's probably going to be another one following
You'll
this pretty soon.
see.
It's malicious.
so they're just dragging their feet on purpose, and then
Nope, they're not dragging their feet. That we might see a motion soon with them trying to fight it. Yep.
Oh. Might just. You're saying there might be a reply, Destiny? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Not a reply. Is Kafka in here?
Hmm.
he just left.
Kafka's not in here. He was in here a bit
Oh.
ago. Does Kafka
think
want
he's in
to
chat now.
join? Also,
That's okay.
I have a little birdie, completely unrelated, said that they actually gave those counsel extra time. Look at Rule 11C2. So this is probably true. December 1st is actually probably more than generous.
Oh,
is.
Go to
You do 21 days, I think. 21 days is the notice
yeah,
period.
probably
I think we
21
fought-
days, meaning
Mhm.
like this was October 30th that they were told. They said, tell us by tomorrow, October 31st, and then we're now more than a month later. So
reason you should
Plenty of time.
probably end your Twitch stream, by the way.
Yeah, I've just
Yeah,
done
yeah.
that, but oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
good point. Oh my God, it's Kafka Esquire. It's him.
What?
No way. Destiny, you summoned him?
No. I just asked where he was. Can't just ask where a person is. It always has to be a fucking summoning.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He's here now.
Oh.
There's your answer.
Sorry,
He's a
here.
minion. You summon him.
I got harassed in chat. They said you were crying, Destiny. Are you okay?
I made it. I'm doing okay now.
Okay,
I was
good.
crying a lot before, but now I'm not.
Okay, good.
Now that
Yeah.
the motion's out, he can finally stop crying. 'Cause he's gonna get justice, right?
Definitely.
Damn. Anybody else learn yesterday that shipwrecks are just when they crash?
That's what I learned. Yeah, it's just a crash, nothing else. There are no obligations to rescue people that you've struck in boats or struck with in their boat. Definitely not. Yeah, not a war crime at all. Even though legal experts have said so, former military lawyers.
Also,
You know,
also
They
the
don't
Don't read
United
any of that.
States.
It's literally, it's just explicitly in the fucking manual. I think
Yep.
like shipwreck is read like 252 times or whatever. Somebody emailed me the thing. Like it's not.
Mhm.
This is not like a serious. Nothing is. That was probably the most unserious thing I think I've ever debated in my entire life. Like
yeah.
I feel like when you're hopping around to shit like that. Well, shipwrecked. It's not like they crashed. Like it's not like Pirates of the Caribbean. Like okay, dude.
Yeah.
That
well,
was
if you
insane.
hadn't harassed him so much, you probably would have gotten to hear his world's greatest self-defense lawyer take, so he would understand how actually these guys were acting in
Bro.
self-defense.
True.
the
Greatest
the legal
self-defense.
expert who knows so much about self-defense. That's why his Twitter is purely filled with, "Hey, Indians have low IQ. Hey, birthright citizenship, it actually doesn't exist. Hey, yeah, it's a very smart legal guy, clearly."
Did you
Dude,
see
I was
Caroline
getting. There were
Levitt?
like 2 points of that debate where I got so mind fucked. Where I was like, "Wait a second, am I like so?" Because I've been to the Capitol before, And when that guy was like, we're not talking about the capital, or we're not talking about DC, we're talking about the capital. I'm like, wait a second, is it in
That was-
Virginia or something? And I didn't know.
That was a
this.
hilarious stun lock to see you just
Oh
like in
my
that moment, just be
God.
like, wait a minute.
I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, and then the guys are like, the FBI? That's not the DOJ, you fucking retard. And it's like, how do you think the DOJ does investigate? What the fuck? Why would you even say it's so stupid?
Yeah,
Oh my
it's
God.
retarded.
Okay, yeah. As like little background on me. I worked at the DOJ at one point, and I literally would interact with the FBI agents. I have been to a black site before. Like it's
Whoa.
100% the DOJ takes part in and has a say in not only in
Well,
initiating
it's literally,
those, but like what's
it's the
ongoing.
inferior, it's an inferior office. But it's
Exactly.
literally within, it's part of the DOJ. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. What are you, dumb.
Yeah, it's very cringe.
Yeah, I was after the debate, started arguing with this guy on Twitter about the presidential citizenship shit. And he's like bringing up, it's literally in the opinion, bro. And so I quote the Wonka Mark opinion back to him when it was affirmed that if you're born in the U.S., you're a U.S. citizen. So self-defense lawyer seems to have a lot of thoughts about non-self-defense shit, and all of this shit is just DEI, trans people.
It's all the same copy
posting
paste
people's
shit of
accounts.
everybody. None of it is going to be new or unique.
Yep.
Oh, and I picked up. I got the I got the debate tactics from listening to the fucking oral arguments. Anytime a fucking Trumple tries to argue some bullshit on process or procedure, just ask them the next question because they're always trying to avoid substance. But then what you do is you just say, okay, let's say we satisfy the process or procedure. Would you change your mind then? They'll never say yes. And yeah, I did that yesterday when he was like, well, actually, it's because they brought the case in D.C. and not Texas. And rather than do the whole fucking
So
venue
dumb.
versus jurisdiction fight, it was like, okay, well, what if they brought it up in Texas then? Would you think that then that was a strong case? He's like, I'm not sure. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, you fucking retard. What a waste of
And,
time.
and they specifically refused to answer your question about, hey, let's say they did it in Texas. Then could that judge have ordered the plane to turn back? They have no
yeah,
answer.
he just said, it
because-
was an interesting question. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was frustrating because like I think that you pointed out very well during it. That's like they're not answering questions, and then you were being admonished for it when it was like, well, very clearly these people like have no interest in actually maintaining the discussion. Like that one guy, the guy you were debating with was like, oh, we're so far from the topic, blah blah blah. And it's like anytime they go on topic,
Oh,
you
yeah,
immediately
when-
jump away.
And when they brought up fucking, what was it, BLM or whatever? Like, why are you guys bringing up BLM? Or was it BLM or was it a different topic? Yeah, I was like, oh my God, come on, guys.
But didn't this guy Andrew leave after Soipo tried to ask him a question and he refused to actually engage
Yeah,
with the question?
He was like,
I
let
will
me
answer
ask a
how I
question.
like.
And the guy was like, well, that question's actually not relevant, so I'm not going to answer it. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, it was great because he immediately just like that moment that you need to like get a clip of you saying that like Republicans only need to act within the bounds of the law, and then put that next to his response to Soy Pill's question of Donald Trump doesn't have a legal duty to whatever the fuck he said, and it's like, yep, that is how they operate entirely when they debate about this shit.
How crazy to say that. Like when they put out some video saying, hey, here's the law, it's like we have to read all the context into all of this to figure out why this is the worst thing ever. But for Trump, well, he was trolling, LOL. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, they acted like reasonable minds could not possibly differ on that, which is insane. Like, I think it's if they want to like make the argument that that's what it was, okay, like regardless of whether or not that's retarded, sure, make the argument. But they weren't saying that. They were saying, no. It is so plainly obvious. No one can disagree. If you watch that video, it is impossible to disagree that these people are breaking the law.
treason, and then that's what they're trying to tell people. It was like, okay, dude.
Yeah, which is funny because it's like it reminds me a lot of like back in like the teens of the 2000s where like you would see like blue-haired liberals or whatever like fall for the dog whistles where people like white lives matter or like, you know, it's okay to be white, and it's like so obvious to just don't take that bait, just don't have that conversation. And here it's crazy that they're like, no, we're fighting on this ground, and it's like it's very obvious that they're trying to bait you into like having this really bad optics argument of getting upset. And for some reason, they're all just like immediately taking the bait on it. It's like, I don't know why people don't just say he doesn't issue illegal orders, so this doesn't matter, right? I don't know why that's not the response.
Like, yeah, it should have been an easy. Yeah, they're getting baited like the White Lives Matter shit. It's like you should just say like, oh well, LOL. Who cares if they say that? We don't issue illegal orders, and then you're done. The fact that you would get so fucking incensed that how dare you tell our fucking soldiers not to follow illegal fucking orders? And it's like, damn.
Yeah.
But
and every time, and you kept bringing it back.
you're as a soldier, you're not like, if somebody's telling you like, we're gonna strike, this fucking building, and you're like, oh God, I think I saw civilians in there yesterday. Whatever. Like, soldiers aren't supposed to be making calls like this. But when you get an order where it's like, you see the people floating in the water after you blew the ship up, fucking kill them. That's a very clear, every fucking manual, any country, any international law, any maritime, whatever the fuck, you cannot do this. That is such an obvious no. It's like shooting down people in parachutes. It's just an insane thing to do.
Well,
Yeah,
and
according to
and
the
the-
reporting, the order from Hexeth was kill everyone, and then the
No,
reporting
they have
like
a
named the
patsy
specific
now.
admiral, and the admiral
Yeah.
like ordered the second tap, the double tap strike specifically to comply with that order from Hexeth. It's just
I mean,
they're pinning it on the admiral now.
on top of all of that, right? The American military swears allegiance to the Constitution, which has been burnt to a cinder by this administration. So anything that's anti-constitutional, it's not just about being illegal in terms of international law. If it's against the Constitution, they can also refrain from doing it on that basis, right?
Exactly. Well, and
Kind of,
and
yeah.
also,
They're not supposed to be
let's-
making like, it's not supposed to be like snap crazy, like these guys are acting like, technically the point that they're bringing up is correct, but it's just not relevant. Where they're like, there are complicated matters that you could litigate or couldn't litigate or whatever. But shooting people in the water that's not a complicated matter,
Yeah.
like it's,
Well-
and it's ridiculous to pretend that.
Well, according to
and
Caroline
also-
Levitt today, like the shipwrecked sailors were a threat to the United States, the big mighty United
True.
States, so they had to be killed.
Yeah.
yeah.
No, so two things. First, so like one, the military has a process. If a soldier or anytime military
Mhm.
personnel says this is an illegal order, I'm not going to follow it. We have military courts. We have procedures for this, and it's not like this is something that like is impossible for people to contain. And if someone incorrectly or does so in a way that like does endanger their fellow soldiers or things like that, we have processes to handle soldiers that do that. If they do so in bad faith, things like that. So the idea that like the military would be like ground to a halt if someone did this is just stupid. But then the other one is, did you? I don't know if you caught this, Destiny. I didn't hear if you responded to this in that debate, but I believe it was the self-defense master who called the people in the boats chemical terrorists against the United States.
Yeah.
Which was like
So
the
stupid.
most like dumb, like double speak fucking propaganda language I've heard in a long time. Just like, oh, actually, people that we suspect of selling drugs here, that's chemical terrorism. Yeah.
No evidence that is the case at all, by the way, not even to senators,
I-
as they've said.
I've never.
Maybe it has
I
something to
have-
do with why those 6 senators said don't follow legal orders, is because they haven't been shown any evidence that these are legal strikes at all.
Lindsey
I've never
Graham
seen
called
anybody
them,
refer to. I've never seen anybody refer to drug dealers as chemical terrorists in a legal context before. I've never heard. It's like the most like made up bullshit shit for TikTok to keep the fucking hogs happy.
It sounds
I've
like the
ever
kind of
seen.
band I listen to when I'm programming or something, like some electronic music.
Didn't
Yeah.
Lindsey Graham call them like the narco cartel caliphate?
Yeah.
Like they're calling them a
and that
caliphate
stupid
now.
fucking with that stupid Twitter picture that he did or whatever. Yeah.
Everything is a caliphate now.
It's just so cringe. It's so unserious though, right? You see like how unserious. Like there's no,
Yeah.
like I wish there was an easy way to like, bro. You do not believe these arguments, like uncivil law, these like free speech warriors and everything. The whole like when I asked him at the end, can Donald Trump punch a baby in the face? And he's like, nobody should punch a baby. Like it's like impossible to get a single concession on literally fucking anything.
But I
Well,
mean,
and
in the end, they just
to
start
some
saying
degree, I
absurd
wonder
stuff,
if it's
though,
because
no, I was just saying, in the end,
was-
you get them to say really absurd stuff, and that's kind of proving the point, right? If you can get them to say something absurd that Trump can do no wrong, then you've won the argument. But to anyone that's got 2 brain cells between their ears, so
Yeah, I guess.
But like, what even like arguments were they going to make about the Afghani shooter? Like, that's the thing. Like, they needed to get away from it because there's just nothing there for them to even really like argue, discuss about. It's very plainly obvious what's going on, right?
Everything
And
is so dumb, yeah. Because even for the Afghanistan shooter today on Piers, like everybody's talking about like vetting and terrorism and everything else, and it's like, what vetting terrorism? What are you guys talking about? We don't even know why the fuck this guy killed anybody. This guy's got like a family of 5. He's lived in the U.S. for like 8 fucking years. What could we have vetted? What are we even talking about? at
No
this point?
motive
And I
has been
think,
given.
yeah,
And
Vinny
yesterday,
or someone else was like, well, these guys are
Chrissy Nome came on.
sleepers.
Yeah, Chrissy Nome came on and said that he was radicalized while within, like after arriving in the U.S. That was what she said yesterday. So
They didn't
like, what is
recover the etched bullet casings yet, so we don't know his motives.
True.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well,
Hobbit follower, hello.
How
See
about
all
when
that
logic wouldn't say that Trump killing someone on the street would be bad and deflect it every time, or punching a child? He wouldn't say
Well,
punching
that's
a
what. Yeah,
child.
he said it was anybody doing it would be bad, is what he said. He couldn't. Yeah, it's just all of it is dumb.
Why would you particularize it? For what?
That was my favorite part.
I mean, you can tell that they love the division that comes from this, right? Because division is the only reason they exist. So, I mean, they're not exactly helping other Afghanis in the US right now by making a case of us and them, and the Afghanis are really dangerous, right? There are cases of Afghanis staying at home and being afraid of going out now. So it's really destroying integration. It's really polarizing society. And they love that.
Well, because the actual argument is they don't want any of them here, which Vinny was honest about this morning. They just don't want it. They want to get rid of all of them. You know.
Karen Lovett called them all thousands of criminal terrorists that are coming in. All the people who came from Afghanistan after the pullout. That's what
Were
he
you
said.
on Pierce?
Yeah, this one. I think it's already posted. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Real quick,
Okay,
I have a question.
You have
What's up?
Okay, no memes. I need you out of the meme headspace. Okay,
Yep.
no being upset over last night. Okay,
Okay.
I'm getting one guide by multiple people, so I'm getting multi-guide.
Okay.
Guys are coming at me at multiple times. Okay,
What about on you?
Oh yeah.
let's say we take full power in 2028. Okay, super majorities across the board.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say that Trump pardons everyone, okay? Across the board, pardon, boom. Nothing can be brought in criminal court. Somebody brought up to you last night about, well, we should just bring them in front of Congress. We should ask them all those questions. If they lie, then obviously we can hold them in contempt of Congress. And you seem to kind of agree with that, right? Like that's one method to go about doing.
Saying this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy came on my stream earlier. And
Yeah,
said
it's
similar
a
things.
test. This German guy brought it up yesterday.
Okay. So my question is, let's say everybody gets pardoned. You have no legal recourse against any of these people. Can we assume that that is a probable thing to happen?
No. Or I mean, like he might try it, but like if we're gonna be creative, like the Republicans are, then there's if we're gonna like be retarded. I'm not saying you're being retarded, but if like we're gonna be retarded, like MAGA's being retarded, then we can just be retarded. The pardon is nothing matters. Yeah. Nothing on paper
also,
matters.
It's always said, but like just remember for these conversations, like if the president can only pardon federal shit, so in theory you can still prosecute these people under state charges.
Yeah. This is and you can create lots of state laws in states, and then where you can bring in something new, and then they can basically commit the crime by continuing their lies later on, right? That there's some way that by lying they're threatening the state in some way, and therefore it can become something that they
yeah, and I agree with all that. I need a non-meme answer. You would never say that we should do things like suspend habeas corpus and jail people like illegally, and anybody that is going to do that should be pardoned, and we should just continuously hold political opponents in jail indefinitely and pardon and say that we're not going to release them when it goes to court, all these kinds of things, right?
I don't think we should suspend habeas corpus, but we can just like we can just like be creative with things. So like for instance,
they're saying right now what I just asked you though.
Real quick, we're not suspending habeas corpus. No, we would never have to though. Just like how this government doesn't ever do anything illegal, quote unquote, because there's always like a loophole. So we could say that, like, for instance, like, oh, well, we see that Trump has pardoned people without knowing who they were. So that's evidence that Trump didn't pardon anybody. Therefore, all of the pardons are invalid. Like they're trying to do with Biden. We just do that. If they want to do it with Biden, we just do it with Trump. But we have evidence at least. We have more evidence that Trump doesn't know who he's pardoning with Binance guy than we do that Biden used an AutoPen. So we say some shit like that, get rid of all the pardons, and then just go down that road. If that's what they want to do, yeah.
I mean, if Trump's got even the slightest dementia, I mean, that should invalidate pretty much everything he does, right?
base.
But what the thing that keeps getting me, you will never advocate for us to illegally jail people. So I understand what you're saying about the pardons, and we can question the pardons, but you're all talking about stuff that's within the bounds of the law. You are not saying that we should go outside of the bounds of the law to jail people, pardon anybody that might be implicated in that crime of illegally jailing people, and then just continuously do
understand-
that until we get our way.
I understand what you're saying, but the framing is incorrect. The problem that I'm having is that the law is an agreement between gentlemen that we're going to like follow it in good faith. And as soon as you toss that good faith, you can do anything you want without even quote unquote breaking the law, right? Like if you ask the Trump admin on anything that they're doing, they would all tell you we're not breaking the law. We're doing our best to follow the law all the time. And every executive order says as long as the law allows. So, I mean, like, I wouldn't advocate for quote unquote breaking the law, just creative interpretations of the law that, in my opinion, are breaking the law, but the Republicans are apparently saying it's not breaking the law. I don't know. If that
Yeah,
makes
it's
sense.
very
Yeah,
like
but
it's very
real
simple in this
quick,
hypothetical future. Like if you have Congress, if you have control of Congress, you can create laws that would allow you to do this, or retract laws that would not allow you to do this. Or in this hypothetical future administration, you can pack the court, and suddenly, no matter what you do, you're doing illegally. So
I
it's a
mean,
little- also like you can just repeat stuff like let's say Pete Hegseth gets pardoned, right? In theory, you could still get him on international war crimes. Let's say, what if he gets deported and the judge's order only goes through after the plane's already gone?
but that's a good
Oopsies,
point about
nothing we can do.
international. That's a good point actually about international war crimes. A lot of these can be involved in issues regarding this, and therefore they can be just sent to The Hague, and The Hague can deal with them. Right? They're not pardoned from crimes on that level, are they?
Well, and real quick, Hobbit, one thing that I think is important to point out, and I was speaking with Pisco earlier today about this, and it relied a little bit on what Destiny said last night about how Republicans are acting inside the law while Democrats have to act within inside morality. And it sounds like what you want is for Democrats to act within morality. But what's happening right now is we're in a system where you have to act within the law.
That's
And
not
if you
what I'm
want
advocating for.
well, one second.
I heard your conversation with Pisco this
Okay.
morning.
But the deal is that you're asking for a very high level moral interpretation of the law. And I'm saying that, and I think Desmond would agree, the law is so vague right now that there's no requirement to have that high moral interpretation. And we can use the interpretation that we need to get what we want done. And then afterwards, if we want that high level moral interpretation of the law, let's make it explicit. Let's stop leaving it up for chance. And if that's what we want, let's make it so that there's no disagreement around it. There's no interpretation needed. Because otherwise, as long as we're in a world where there's interpretation that can be done, why would we use an interpretation that puts us at a disadvantage against
The
people?
problem
that
is
are
it's not a matter of
happy to use it?
interpretation. It's a matter of, well, it's kind of interpretation, but there's no way we can remove the ambiguity. You just have to get people who are willing to play within the that are like acting in good faith. Like for instance, we could say, hey, how about this? Okay, how about we just wait? Did David do this, or I don't know who biblically did this to some guy? He wanted to fuck his wife. We could just recall. Was it? Yeah, we could just recall Hegseth to the military and then go put him on the front line somewhere until he, whatever happens, right? Yeah, they've done that, right? They said Mark Kelly, was it? They want to recall him back into active duty service? Oh, fuck it, let's just do that. Any Republican that was in active duty military service, recall them and deploy them to front line somewhere in some fucking new war we could start or whatever. Since the Trump
Whatever
admin seems to love
happens.
that. Yeah,
So
I mean, like if that's, but that technically that's
with,
following the law. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I agree with all of that. What I'm asking you is explicitly, people are saying that we should break laws because the Trump administration is breaking laws. And I'm not saying like, oh, well, they're stretching the law in some sort of way. I'm saying people explicitly saying that we should break laws, not like know that they're fully wrong. We're not trying to stretch it in any sort of way. We're not trying to do anything fancy. They are saying we should break laws and jail people indefinitely against the law, not against morality, against the law itself, in no stretch or anything of what you're talking about with any of these other ideas. I am asking you, you would never advocate for us to explicitly do something that we know is completely against the law. There's no ambiguity, there's no interpretation, there's no nothing. We are doing it because that is strictly what we are doing to win or survive or whatever it is that you want to say.
I mean, I probably wouldn't advocate for anything like that. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know
Okay.
how. I mean, like you can basically do whatever you want though within the bounds of the law if you're going to be like the Republicans are with their.
And I mean, if the president does something
Sure.
illegal, then that's what the courts are for, right? Just
But
that
file suit.
But what's important, and the reason that I'm asking, and I don't like, I could sit in my car and talk about this forever, but what I'm explicitly asking is that Destiny is not saying that we should go and jail people without trial, pardon people that are doing the jailing. He's not saying that we should do any of those things, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess not, but it's not. I just feel like it's not really relevant because you can do whatever you want within the bounds of the law anyway, as long as you want to play like the Republicans are playing.
I mean, there is a relevance,
Sure,
right? And I think this is the
Within
whole
the
point.
bounds of the law.
But
Within the bounds of the law means anything. I can do anything within the bounds of the law if I'm going to be creative with how I interpret things. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
but the important.
But you would
change the
never
law too,
creatively
so-
interpret that you can hold people indefinitely in jail without trial. That's not within any bounds of any
US
law
already does that.
whatsoever.
No,
I think the
they
United States
absolutely
already
is.
theoretically can do that with the whole Guantanamo Bay and suspension of
Yes.
terrorist actions, right?
Yeah, but
So this is
is
just a
that with
category.
American citizens?
I think it can.
It's-
Can it
it's-
apply to
sorry.
American citizens?
You said law, not morality, right?
Well, yeah, we're
Which
talking
Yeah.
law.
you could theoretically do it to American
I mean,
citizens.
there's always got to be a narrative in which you can make sure that they're not seeing themselves as victims or can argue that they're victims, right? So that's the other importance of using the law, however creative it might be, so that you can neutrally say, we're just doing what the law says and we're protecting the Constitution, we're protecting the country. But if you couldn't do that, I think, on the basis of the fact that it just makes them look like they're victims of this big evil Democrats that have finally got power. So that's the main reason in practice that you shouldn't do that, right?
But
Well, I mean, they already
But-
think that, right?
Yeah, but it's not about
But
them.
the
It's about the people.
difference is-
It's about the other people that could vote either way. That right. The problem at the moment for the Democrats is that they're not getting enough people to vote against the Republicans, and some of those people would waver if they saw things like that being done.
But I guess the difference is that we're not saying that, like we can agree that no matter what the legal situation is or how it came about, that Trump didn't just jail Comey or Letitia James.
I would consider the indictment stuff to be on that level, or maybe
almost
worse,
there.
since the prosecutor is not even legally appointed.
You
Yes.
would say that it's worse to do that indictment than to just jail Comey?
Potentially, there's a world where it is.
Well, I'm sorry.
The fact that they're fighting, the fact that they're having I say that because there's theoretically, I don't know how this will go all the way to the Supreme Court, but there's an open legal question right now about whether or not the Attorney General can infinitely have her own un-Senate confirmed prosecutorial appointments
Yep.
because of her creative reading of the 120-day rule, which would be, in my opinion, probably more destructive than actually just jailing somebody on no charges. Because at that point, you basically robbed the Senate of their check and balance on prosecutor appointments. Also, I don't know if anybody in the history of all of mankind has anybody ever jailed anybody without charges. Like every terrorist group, Saddam Hussein, Hitler, everybody
They
that was
invent
quote unquote
charges.
jailing people, they always have charges. Yeah, it's always treason or rebellion or some bullshit. Everybody has charges. You just make them up. Like I don't think anybody ever says like I'm jailing this guy without charges.
But I
Yeah.
think in the context of what we're talking about in the normal way that people are charged and jailed in the United States is that they are expected to have a trial, and that the outcome of that trial determines what will happen with that person. That's the bounds that I'm talking about.
I understand.
What's
I
normal?
understand what
What's
you're
normal
saying,
then?
and it's impossible for me to express this point. Like even with the fucking losers yesterday on that call, but like there is nothing in all of U.S. history that is the equivalent to the President of the United States giving a public direction to the Attorney General to indict 3 people, naming the prosecutor to do it. You will never, ever.
Yeah.
That's like the most, like presidents would cringe. Like even if you were doing that, you would hide that like crazy. You'd never act in such a way.
Well,
for Trump
and
to be
that's why
doing
when Good Logic tried to say that Obama going after, I can't even remember what was it, the evangelical church thing or whatever that
it was
people
the
tried to
IRS
say.
tax bullshit,
Yeah.
which is bullshit.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy. But that whole debate was ridiculous because your whole point is that Trump is doing these things blatantly and out in the open, and what they're saying is like, well, we don't know that these things didn't happen behind closed doors, and it's like, well, isn't that like, isn't it worse that we're just okay with these like huge breaks in norms, and the only way that we're like justifying it is, well, it's possible that Obama did this, or what's stupid is that in that whole conversation, not one of them talked about Biden's DOJ going after Trump because they knew that they would lose that argument because of all the
Sure.
things that they tried to build up, saying that Trump was okay, and he's within his bounds of his power and all that kind of stuff, they knew that that would apply to Biden and what
Well,
what
they
they
tried.
accused Biden of doing.
I think Uncivil Law tried to flirt with the
Yeah.
Mar-a-Lago thing a little bit, but yeah. I think the issue is, especially for lawyers, is like what they try to do is, because they know like one or two legal words that they memorized from that they probably had to relook up on fucking Westlaw or some shit. They think that they can dazzle people with their fucking retarded knowledge when they show up on panels. But like as soon as they realize, especially that one fucking loser, the guy who claimed to be so good at self-defense but subjected himself to a fucking assault for 30 minutes by me and Soypill, that guy, as soon as he realized that he wasn't gonna be able to play that game, he just fucking dipped immediately. So
Accurate.
yeah, there's
I'm
once
so
you get into
glad
the
that you
substance of
called out that
anything.
guy's laugh.
Oh yeah, ha 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 ha! Yeah.
Dude,
Oh my
that
god, what a
fucking
fucking loser, dude.
smarmy fucking dude, that was so fucking cringe. Okay,
So
I
cringe.
needed you to say out loud that you're not here for you're here for us to stretch things to whatever level that
Well,
we
yeah, I think
can.
you're still missing the point. Is that you can do anything with the laws as written. You don't need to. Nobody jails people with no charges. Everybody has a charge. Every authoritarian, every dictator, every Spanish Inquisition had charges of being a. They weren't the witch people, right? Whoever that was, the Salem witch trial. I don't know. Everybody has a charge.
Muslims.
Sure,
Whatever.
but
Everybody
okay,
has a
let's
charge.
say that you put Trump in jail on charges of insurrection. You wouldn't say, okay, let's do that, but let's never give him a trial.
Well, you wouldn't have to for the insurrection thing. You don't have to.
Well, no, he's saying for a criminal charge. I mean, you can't charge
criminal
presidents
charge,
with
yeah,
crimes
but-
anymore. So yeah, like I would never say that. But like the worst thing that I could say, right, is that like, oh, I think the next president should just order assassinations of every single
Yeah, I was gonna
Republican
say,
lawmaker.
that's legal.
And that would be something
Remember?
that is explicitly protected by now the Supreme Court. You can't, like, they could impeach him if they want, if there are any of those congressmen left alive, I guess, after the president flexes his newfound powers. But like that would be a thing that's like fully and completely legal, more legal than what the Trump admin is doing now. So it's just a pointless.
But would you
legality
ever
doesn't-
advocate for that?
Well, I don't know, but it would be fully legal.
Well, I understand, but you wouldn't advocate for it, is what I'm saying. There is
Would
a
I ever
sense of
advocate
morality
for it?
that you do. Well, okay. At this exact
moment, no. And I love you, and I'm not accusing you of doing this. I'm not, okay. But like as Americans, we tend to just like super not give a fuck about other people being tortured and murdered and drowned and killed in other countries because it's just based and they're brown or they're south of the border, whatever the fuck. But like we are murdering Venezuelans. We're just murdering them in their boats. We're murdering people with no
Vietnam as well.
declaration of war in an area where we're not authorized to do, indiscriminate strikes or whatever, and then we're killing people who are floating in the water afterwards. That's just a level of insanity that is just so far beyond the pale. And it's like another day. 10 months in. We're like 10 months in. It's just, or 11 months in. It's like crazy.
I'm Venezuelan American. Like this, like shooting of drug boats with no fucking legal justification at all. And notwithstanding, like just a few months ago, for like 4 months, just random Venezuelans that came over legally were fucking thrown into a El Salvadorian gulag with no charges, no crime committed. They were just in there. And the only reason they were let out was because the administration got fucked enough by the public pressure that they had to release them.
I do.
That's literally it.
One thing before I go, all these people that say that Trump can do these things within the legal bounds, you should just, anytime they talk about immigration and Biden letting people in and all that kind of stuff, he's able to do that. He has full control over.
Point. That was the whole point of my debate, is that they never go by what he's legally, for the Democrats, it's not what you're legally allowed to do. It's what you're morally compelled to do. And then for the Republicans, it's whatever is within the bounds of the most outer perimeter interpretation of the law. That's how they always do it.
But Hobbit, before you go, how far would you go? I mean, even if everything was legal, would you use it?
I would. So I've said, like, on multiple occasions, like, I think one, we should stay within the bounds of the law for sure. Like, now what that means as far as how far you can stretch it, like if Trump, let's just say, doesn't pardon somebody in this administration, like let's say he's about to do all the pardons on his way out, we know historically that Trump's not going to have this same cabinet through this whole administration. He might, but like let's say Kristi Noem or somebody gets tossed out and he doesn't pardon them, we should go after that person 100%. We should go after, if he pardons his whole cabinet, we should go after every person that was underneath those people. Like I'm just in the belief that they're probably going to pardon everybody. So we will have to figure out whether it's through state charges or through some sort of military charges for like stuff that Hegseth does, like whatever it might be. Like I'm fully into us getting super, super creative, but I do think that like, just jailing people with no due process whatsoever, like I think that's legally wrong and against
So-
the Constitution. So
And
So if
you
you're bound is the law, then it's legal to president has criminal immunity. That's what we just brought up. Assassinations. That's legal, right? Is that what you're saying, or
well,
like, obviously not,
no,
right?
I personally
You're
I
appealing to
don't
more
think
than
that
just
we should be. Well, just because the president is immune from that kind of thing doesn't mean that I think that we should subject people to have to do those things. So like morally, I am against assassinating people, but
well, it's not really
there's-
justice. I mean, I think actually the death penalty is not okay. I'm being a bit of over European in this regards, but I actually just don't. Dying is not the worst thing, but being in jail is the worst thing, right? So, I mean, it wouldn't be
Yeah.
very satisfying to see him, hung.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Was it-
well,
So is that old style, like electrocuted or injected or
Hey.
whatever your favorite way is these
you want
days?
to go old style? They did some stuff in France, I heard, a long time ago.
Oh yeah, but
Well,
make
yeah,
sure
I'm
it's
just-
sharp enough, otherwise you have
earlier,
to.
earlier, how about you talked about like, oh, they're not doing this stuff to American citizens. I know of a attorney who's in his like 70s who works in a bankruptcy court, and he got on the wrong side of a judge, a federal bankruptcy judge, and that judge made some phone calls, and that guy ended up in an ICE facility for 2 weeks because his client turned out to be a person that had overstayed on their visa. And they said, oh, well, he's aiding and abetting a person that's illegally in this country. And so this old man with no due process was held there for like 2 weeks. A fully barred attorney, citizen of the United States, things like that. So like, they're still doing a lot of shit to American citizens and getting away with it,
Sure.
and
Sure.
trying to claim
And-
that it's within the law.
and I
I'm not saying
understand
that we should
that,
do
and
that.
that's
I'm just
where
saying
when,
like, let's not act like there's like, if there's limits here, it's only the ones we put on ourselves. Because if we use the other side's limits, then what we are suggesting is tame compared to what they're doing.
Well, no, actually,
Yeah, but when
Kafka,
me-
you're wrong on that. I mean, that's the whole point, right? And I mean, Destiny sometimes does this, but you can hold up the mirror against them, right, and say, "Hey, these crazy limits that you have now, if we use these when we get in power, you're going to have major problems, right?" So, I mean, their own limits, are not actually limits at all right now, are they? So,
Their limits are just ones of like pure like efficacy, like what they think they can get away with.
exactly. So if
That's
if that's maintained when they lose power, then they're going to have major problems, right? Because they will
They're
be
not
ending up
afraid
in.
of Democrats using them because Democrats have never used them in recent history, like these kinds of shenanigans. So
Yeah.
it's not even crossed their mind that it can be used against them.
yeah, my whole thing was just that although we can legally do a lot more than we normally do, we're still talking about things that could be legally justified. Whereas I'm arguing with people that think that Destiny would advocate for people to illegally jail people, knowing it's fully illegal, and with that justification saying that we should pardon anybody, and then anybody that shows any sympathies towards Trump that comes into Congress or whatever afterwards of all these people that we've jailed, we should jail them as well, just for having, admiration of Trump or anything like MAGA related. And so I, listen enough to know that that's probably not what Destiny was saying. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Because I keep getting these people that are saying that I'm being some like weak person by saying that we shouldn't just jail everybody. So
Hobbit, let's just say
Just
they
super-
should be afraid to go
frustrating.
into international waters.
Jesus.
Good God. No, I mean, but I am like fully on board with with using a lot of creative strategy that doesn't make us like committing illegal acts, because I don't believe that like the Comey thing is worse than if they were to just jail Comey. I think it's worse if you jail somebody without a trial, than to give them a false or like a shitty charge or whatever it might be. So
Wow.
That was my only thing.
Brave take right there.
I know it. You would think it was.
On the other hand, it does need to be probably harsher than what Democrats are used to, dealing out. I mean, that was
absolutely.
one failure of the Biden presidency was this, snail's pace dealing of Trump's illegal actions in his first term, which is, in the end, it was the worst of all worlds, right? Because it was so slow that nothing was really resolved. And it just meant that he could say, oh, look at poor me, I was victimized under Biden, which is now he's using as a justification for his actions, right? So it's going to have to be quick and swift and a lot deeper than people are used to with how Democrats treat Republicans. And ultimately, the absolute threat to your constitution, to your country, to the integrity of your country. I mean, it's bordering on civil war. So it's not like, they have no real reason to go after Democrats, but there is a real reason to go after Republicans. And if the law is too weak, then the law needs to be shaped to the morality of that issue, right? The Republicans don't have that argument. Democrats do. That's one of the differences here. And so if the law needs to be reshaped, it's not just for the sake of creativity and painting a painting, it's for the sake of making it more moral. And there's good arguments for that, and it's not about victimizing them. It's about the victims that they've made of other people, and that they have justice. So, I mean, that needs to be the framing. It needs to not sound vindictive, but I'm pretty sure the legal system can go very, very deep, especially if you just inject federal law into state law, and then the pardons are meaningless anyway.
True.
Yeah. What else has been going on today? Anything fun?
Your motion, besides that. Yeah,
Huge protest in Bulgaria. Shout out to
Oh yeah,
all
that's
my
a
homies.
big thing in Europe. You should, yeah. And how many people turned up?
Like 50,000 at least in Sofia only, but it's also all over the country.
I think Cha-Cha had something to say. Hold on, dragging him in. Oh my god, Cha-Cha, what do you have to say?
Before Cha-Cha says anything, it's great to talk to everybody. Y'all have a good night.
Have fun, Kafka.
We're going Kafka.
Hey, I just wanted to shill really quickly for the DGG Olympics. I think we've had so far like only 130 applicants, but we can hold far more if you guys want to sign up. Also, I just wanted to say that we only have 55% Pepe and 44% Yi in applicants. So it seems like Pepe's already winning. They're already winning.
False.
Kind of rough.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
You never lose.
Pepe wins.
We need more people for
Continue
basically
winning.
every single event. So also, if you have any dog pictures or any cool talent pictures, you can send them to, I think the name is Turtle Dreams. She or they will take them. And
can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
If you need more people, you should reduce the requirements, because like we just Paggy or I can't remember how I think it's Paggy. Just put that post up in the subreddit, and you have to have a DGG account for 3 months. And so if you need more people, that's going to be limiting a lot of the people that maybe would have created a account 3 months ago.
Maybe we can lower the requirements to will prioritize people who have had a DGG account for longer. But I don't think
something.
I think it's important to make sure that people aren't just joining and they're going to be like weird anti-fan or troll behavior. It's like just joining and doing that kind of thing. Yeah, that's kind of the point.
Yeah, I mean, vetting people is obviously important.
All right, do exclamation point.
What kind of events do you have? Chill, Cha-Cha. Chill harder. What are the events?
Oh, right now we got Minecraft, which is going to hold. So right now we only have 50 applicants, but we can hold upwards of 200. So we can have lots and lots of people on that server. We got GeoGuessr, we got chess, which I need more people for. I'm all ELO ratings. If you're bad, it's okay. Come and join on chess. We got Counter-Strike 2, DGGware, StarCraft 2, Dan's favorite game, Celeste, Rocket League, and League of Legends. So we got all of those fun games. It's gonna be great.
It's a shame you did get
How many rounds of each are happening?
It's a shame you didn't get a Project Zomboid server started up. That could have been fun.
Well, we already chose the games. Dan.
Whoa, reason? Okay, if you want to be involved, go through the proper channels. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was lazy.
Chacha, how many rounds of each event are doing? How many people do you need for each event?
Well, it's kind of up to the organizers. I don't know exactly. I know for myself,
okay.
I would like to have at least. I'm running the chess event. I would like to have at least 20 people with ELO ratings ranging from like 800 on chess.com to all the way up to 2,000. If you're greater than 2,000 on chess.com, I'll hit me up. I'll make you a caster for the event. But so it is going to be. We'll find out. You know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Chacha, how are you going to handle illegal restreaming of the event by a certain sought person?
Well, I'm not going
Certain
to do
what
anything to him
person?
because he scares me.
Wait,
But
what?
outside of that, it's gonna be all right. I think he's gonna.
Oh.
He'll respect us. He'll respect the event. He's a good guy.
Certain who?
True.
Oh, Dan wants to restream our event.
Oh,
And
who's
just
streaming
kind
it?
of commentate on top of it.
Give me an account for
Oh,
it.
it's gonna be on the DGG event kick.
Gotcha.
Can we do an Ethan Klein and register the stream?
Damn. There you
It
go.
has to be pre-recorded though.
Don't do that, then I don't get a restream either. Okay.
Look, I think everybody's okay with. I just want to say everybody's okay with AE rewatching the VOD. We're okay with that and looking at the clips. I just maybe don't restream on top of us. That seems a little cruel, but okay.
Cruel. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty late here. I need to head off, but we've got pragmatic papers coming out this week. And hopefully I'll have my article ready, and there's a reasonably long list of convictions of people linked with not just far right parties but other parties in Europe being paid off by the Russians and by China. So I was a bit surprised by some of the politicians and the parties on the list, mainstream parties as well, sadly. So yeah, that's my article, and there's a few other ones in the pipe. So yeah, have a great night, and yeah, it was a
Thanks
good.
for hanging out, Reason.
Yeah, hopefully we can do this more often.
Do it again.
Yeah, cool.
Be careful.
Cool.